Welcome back to the Geometric View, episode 63, season 6. Today we continue EPEMC, Extended Plasma Electromagnetic Cosmology. And EPEMC, a group of ours with Ramon, Extended Plasma Electromagnetic Cosmology. You can find us on Rumble, also on the podcast called The Pulse. I'm Buddy James, your host.
Let's get into it.
Let's get into the circuit. We greatly appreciate your support. The best way to donate to us is on PayPal. Just send money directly to goldenscaling@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Claims are not based on fact. The Cavendish experiment to produce the gravitational result, right? They do these experiments. You get two dirty, great big lumps of lead, and then you get two other things that are put on a torsion balance, basically, and you let this device sit. And over time, the thing will start to move. And what is ignored by the people doing this experiment is the fact that the Earth is in rotation. And due to that, these bodies will start to move anyway. It's a bit like the pendulum experiment, where you determine the rotation rate of the Earth based on the arc of the pendulum changing as the Earth spins. So that's one issue that they're ignoring in that particular experiment with the Cavendish device. And the second thing is you've got two metal objects. Two are locked into position and the other two are free to move. And the environment in which they exist is a complex motion machine of electric and magnetic field structures. And because these objects are metal, they will interact with the surrounding electromagnetic field structure as it changes. And thus, the balls that are free to move will start to move. So the question is are you measuring gravity, so claimed, or are you measuring an electromagnetic effect that this material is responding to? And my biggest issue with the gravity model is this. There is no matter that we are aware of that does not contain electric charge and magnetic field dipoles. There's just no other type of matter available to us. You know, in 2017, I think it was the Birmingham University, or one of the ones in Britain, produced magnetic monopole structure, right? And again, that structure is a magnetic monopole with an electric, I think I might have cut out, with an electric dipole. Did I cut out, guys?
No, he's still there.
Okay, so it's just that I had a disconnect beep on my computer. So anyway, the monopole material still reacts with magnetic and electric fields, and that's magnetic material. And I'm hoping I haven't cut out. So we don't have a matter structure that is gravity driven, which doesn't have electric and magnetic properties. So the claim that we've got gravity-driven fusion and gravity-driven accretion for stars and all the rest of it, there's no evidence in terms of matter structure that says gravity is the driving force, when the matter they talk about always contains electrons, protons, and the photons. And these things are electromagnetic structure. They're matter, they contain mass, but they're not gravitic.
Well, I think that Oxford University, one of their latest brain schemes is to hijack fusion research by doing high impact physics to produce a fusion reaction. They're actually so determined to be able to say that there is a black hole that they're linking this in, of course, the black hole research and all the rest of it. They go in the kinetic way, is what I'm trying to say. Again.
Yeah, but they're ignoring the evidence of electric driven fusion. They're
Yeah,
ignoring
exactly.
the evidence of biological fusion. They're just refusing to accept the evidence, right? They're still in, following down the fraudulent path set by Arthur Eddington,
All the funding's going that way. All the funding.
which was it was all to do with a gas ball with nuclear fusion at the center, and there is so much evidence to show that theory is totally wrong, and the ways they've tried to fix it with their various things still ignores the fact that you can get nuclear fusion to happen with just electricity, and you don't need a gravitational mass approaching anything like a stellar object. You can do it with a 110 volt power supply with a dumbbell and a gas feed and an electrical circuit structure, and we call it the Farnsworth fuser. It produces new elements through nuclear fusion, and then you've got the Sapphire project, and then you've got David Allen LaPointe's new videos. I reckon they're fascinating, by the way. And they're all evidence of nuclear fusion without gravity. And the claims being made by astrophysics is just ignoring that evidence, because they're paid to ignore that evidence. They're being paid to continue to lie to us. And, it's just not going to work. It's going to fail. And it's like tonight I've been searching up on vril, and the way vril is this electromagnetic energy in a higher state type stuff, and some of it's very interesting. But again, you got bullshit wrapped up around truth, and separating these two things from each other is very difficult. But if vril is basically the electromagnetic life pulse of the universe, then it takes on a very different meaning to what the pseudo tinfoil hat brigade out there take to
Well, you know what happened to was it Rice and also the German doctor William Reich with his argon. Anyone who's gone near there has been absolutely blown away. Same as if you well, if you make a hydrogen car, it's the same kind of thing. Where argon, people come to a sticky end if they ever mention argon.
Well, if you study any of them, if you study any of these, it's deeply entrenched in orgasm, orgone, energy, orgasm, vril. There is, and they're both tied around sex magic. And if you want to get down to it, it gets occultic quick. But the orgone energy, and the Kundalini energy and the snake and the caduceus and the spinal cord and all that stuff that we've learned and been taught exists in one aspect or another. Whether it's real, that's up to someone to believe, right? Because with the pseudo effect, anything that we believe becomes real, whether it's real or not, right? So,
well, the placebo effect in medicine.
That's what I meant, placebo, not pseudo.
So the issue here is that if you can convince somebody that drinking some fluid is going to improve their health, and they really believe it, the mind is in connection with the universe, and it makes that reality real.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't understand how that works.
Well, what's worse?
But there are people that have, willed themselves to death, and others that have willed themselves to life, and it's, we don't know how that stuff works.
Yeah,
the danger, of course, is
it changes. It varies. The placebo effect with drugs goes up and up with more people using. I think it's the way.
Yeah.
I believe the placebo effect would go up and up with religion too, and that's why it's so addictive, whether it's real or not. People lay claim to something, and a lot of people stand by it, whether the person's loony or not, whether the person's clearly out of their mind. This is how we get world leaders, and and somehow they rise to the top of the crop, and we know that there's
basically.
we know that there's evil. We know that there's malevolence going on here. Malevolence and malevolence. I mean, the whole thing. But still, we allow these people to rise to the top time and time again, whether they're cloaked in safety, and it's for your own safety. It's for your own safety. We're doing this all for your own safety. Even things that are horrible for you, and we know they're horrible for you, we get addicted to. There's still an addiction rate to all the bad things that are bad for your body. So, I mean, it's not like we're trying to veer towards what's good for us at all. It's really what we're just veering towards whatever's being presented to us. And the FDA says that it's good.
I think that's fair enough.
You got a hot mic.
And I'm curious what you think about.
Sorry, guys. Anyway, so yeah, I mean that's the scary part is that we're not necessarily programmed to do what's best for us. And if you look at society and societal purchase power and shelf placement of items, most of the time you're going to go for whatever's most convenient, whatever's right there. If you have to move your head up or down and start looking, that's when your items don't sell as good. It's right at the face. So this is what
we live in.
It's whether it's good or bad for us.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It sucks.
Yeah, but what we've got with these types of energy and the discussions to go on, the tinfoil hat brigade type discussions, is we've got a group of corruptors who are out there just to gain for themselves at the expense of the loss of everybody else. And you see this in product placement in supermarkets and all the rest of it. It's a corrupt, thieving environment, and the economy we live in is a thieving economy. It's all built upon a lie, which means that eventually it's going to fail dramatically, and things are going to go seriously, pear-shaped with the death of many. I mean, I've been watching some of the stuff that's on the solar mass ejections and the micronova discovery and a few other bits and pieces. And my colleague says that in the last week or so, there was a massive solar CME event. And I know the Leak Project guy was complaining about trying to make phone calls inside the United States, which were failing at the time when a solar storm interacted with the planet. And my colleague said that there's been a solar storm in the last week or so that is way worse than the Carrington event was, and it sort of sideswiped the planet. It didn't hit us full on, but it certainly had an effect. And then, of course, going back into history, there's the event of 2012, which was 9 days, missed us by 9 days. If that had hit us, the world would have been put into the Stone Age almost overnight. And the number of people, anybody who relies on electricity to survive would have died. It's that simple.
It seems that there's a lot of those. It seems that there's a lot of those CMEs, but they're not Earth-facing CMEs. They're because the Earth has like a protective shield against a lot of those bigger ones. It's almost like there's a resistance to hitting Earth directly with those big ones oftentimes, and then it releases outside of instead of Earth facing.
For the lightning bolts to hit the planet the planet's got to look positive to the lightning bolt. In other words, it's got to be attractive to it. So that the heliopause discharges into the sun avoid all the planets because the discharge is a negative discharge and the planets are all negative, and the only thing that looks positive as far as the lightning bolt's concerned is the sun itself, so that's where it goes. But there's also the positive electrical discharge, and for that I think we get affected by it as well. So it's really a matter of circumstances, and I suspect some of the reason why the CMEs miss us is because the electrical conduits are confining the expression of energy such that it doesn't want to come near the planets. But there's a secondary problem. We're at the beginning of the solar maximum cycle that will continue until 2025. So we're at the beginning of that, and we're already seeing massive increase in solar activity. So
aren't we at
Aren't we
in? I thought we were in a solar minimum for a few more years, right? Or what?
No, the cycle's maximizing between now and 2025, according to my colleague. Now, I'm hoping you tell me the right story.
Okay, I thought that we were in the grand solar minimum until 2024, but
well, the last maximum was, what was it, 2012, wasn't it? Is it the last maxima? Because it's every 11 years, so 2020.
Grand solar minimum is every 400 years, every 200 to 400 years, from what I understand, and it's still part of what's going to be extending into maybe the transition is happening within this next 4 years or something. I don't know. I listen to a lot of this stuff, but some people have varying opinions.
Yeah,
well,
I think
we could be in
that Scarfetta
some
model,
of this
we're expecting a cold spell.
All I'm saying is some of the maximum periods and all the rest of it, solar maximum, solar minimum 2020 here is some of the maximum cycles, like there's a series of cycles that influence the stellar activity. So if we're talking different events that coincide with each other, we could if you got a 400-year cycle and an 11-year cycle and a 13,000-year cycle and so on, all these things can correlate, and like a ocean wave that's suffering maximum amplitude due to the factors, then we could end up in a solar cycle that is a maximum to beyond the normal size. So we are now entering a solar cycle 25. So 2021 marks the beginning of a new cycle, number 25. The sunspot data, yeah. So I'm looking at a website that's got all this sort of stuff on it. So we're in cycle number 25, but I don't know how far into it we are. But if that corresponds to another maximum, then you're into an exaggerated solar cycle period. So I'm looking at a diagram that's talking about where we are, and the maximization is around 2025. Yeah. We've got. Just let me go and take this phone call. Yes, Mel.
All right. So I still don't know if we're in the grand solar minimum, or
Yeah, as far as I know, we are. So, but during the grand solar minimum, there's an extra output of X-rays, gamma rays. So that's as far as I know. But it's not my job to know all the solar science. So it takes some looking to verify. But I'm pretty sure that we're in the solar minimum right now.
Yeah, same here. So yeah, the grand solar minimum and societal collapse and transformation of wealth, vast transformations of wealth. This is a cycle that occurs, and apparently no Chinese dynasty has lasted longer than 400 years. And
that's not exactly true, but yeah, you're kind of right. Depends on how you look at it.
They could throw nukes into the mix, and no one would know if they shut the have a shutdown.
Well, this is because and the Bible talks about this, and a lot of other ancient scriptures talk about this, is these events where there's just a lot of pestilence and the plagues and the changing of the weather. And apparently one of the last 400 years ago or before, a Chinese dynasty, there was a public outcry because everyone thought that they were trying to starve out the people, but it was just because of the weather. So this is all natural cycles that have been recorded throughout history, and the government's taking advantage of the Great Reset because that's what it is. Whether it's a solar Great Reset and a weather Great Reset, and it's an Indra Great Reset. It's the new Dwarpa Yuga that we're going into, and we're leaving the Kali Yuga, which is the larger, like 100,000 year cycles. So there's a concrescence of cyclical activity where there's a pinch where things that are all seemingly separate come together. And if we're all one organism, then we're all going to feel it. It's like when there's an earthquake, all the animals leave before the humans, and they're the indicator that something's about to happen, or any type of anomalous weather occurrence on Earth. That you look to the creatures for what's going on, or if you're tracking, or if you're hunting, if you're doing anything, and you're familiar with nature will tell you everything that's going on. You just have to be aware of the sounds of the creatures and the sounds of the cycles. Farmer's Almanac. I mean, come on.
Well, that's totally it. The Farmer's Almanac is built for very good reasons. They work. They're continually updated. Very, very highly respected amongst the old farming communities. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. Probably thousands. But interesting. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, I've been looking through a lot of semantic scholar libraries. These are search engines which provide papers with various keywords, and then look these up to other citations that are used in science. So you can essentially track specific areas of research quite accurately using citation system. And this is a simple AI that was developed in 2008, I think 2018, and it's what you call a support vector analysis machine, which we can actually do better than, I think. Maybe not on this application, maybe it's the best you can get on this application, but it don't tend to be for some applications. Interesting stuff though. So I'm having a look at these various systems that you might be able to hook into to start getting all the data sets and start generating some well, so effectively then you can convolve these data sets using a number of different convolution techniques, and if the data set is the same shape and type, etc., you can get a number which says how closely that resembles another document with the same data set.
Scaling data scaling. There is a guy that I talk about all the time, Jeffrey West, spelled with a G, and he has a book called Scale, and it really, I have a feeling that a lot of this data is going to match with the metabolic rates of living creatures, and the way that cities grow, and how long they last, the sustainability, the growth of cities, and the growth of organisms are all related to the 3/4 scaling law. And the data, all this other data should go along and align with that too. Some of the best data that's ever been compressed is this guy has, and it has to do with the growth of galaxies, the growth of star systems, the sustainability, the longevity of companies, how long company lasts, how big cities can get, how things scale out in the city, how crime itself logarithmically scales with the city.
This is it. This is what you can do with the neural network. You see, you can you can get all the same data measurements from say 1 million different examples of what you need, a million different types, and represent it all in a neural network with one number. Now that number changes according to how you train that network. But so if you can effectively get a neuron which expresses let's say a business potential, that neuron gets its information from a lot of other neurons, but when it fires, it basically kicks out a number which expresses the potential, say, of an idea or a machine or whatever, or a venture, and therefore and this number is like a compression of all the data that you've ever trained up your neural network with. So the more training examples you've got, the better this number is going to express, is going to fire when those conditions are hit, and basically all the thousands of millions of data points that express the just this one number. You can access each one of them individually backwards, but you don't need to contain all these. You don't need to store all these millions of records that produce this neural network. You've just got to train your network on them, and so, that's basically the my aim. Now and then so each semantic area that we're looking at relates to another semantic area with a different weight as well, and so we can start to say, well, how important are the ideas of, I don't know, general relativity, say, to the overall, cosmological outlook, or they don't really rate, they don't contribute to, they don't. Which are the areas that do contribute? Well, there's lots of stuff happening in plasma physics. Well, what exactly? Well, we're looking into these features, and what is the conventional thought in these areas, and so we can look at the conventional line of approaches of where general science is taking us, and we can say, well, this is where we need to be looking. You know, this is why that one's wrong. We'll be able to identify and have sharper teeth, as it were, because we'll have our finger on the pulse better. That's how I see it.
Okay, that's a great point. So check this out. I was talking to the producer or the director, whatever, one of the guys through Thunderbolts Project, and we're talking about an episode that I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And they want me to do like a broad kind of sweep of what electric universe geometry is or whatever. They don't care what I call it. You know, they're like electromagnetic, whatever, you know, they're very open. They're not trying to stay confined in the idea or the box that it's all electric. So that's great. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a lot of name dropping, and I'm going to be doing as much proof that I can in one video. I don't want it to be too extensive, but it's going to be an overview and how the Dougherty set relates directly to the Thunderbolts Project and all of the scientists that have lived before, now. I'm really literally going to hit this one out of the park. I'm supposed to turn it in by the end of the week, Friday. Wow. So
you haven't got much time.
I know. So, and it's morel week. It's morel hunting season. So it's like I'm torn between my two loves. So I'm going to be. I'm definitely going to be pulling together a lot of content, and I'd love to work with you guys or bounce ideas off you guys, and do name drops, EMPC, all sorts of other stuff. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm literally going to bring up Dan Winter's name, which is about time someone does. I'm going to bring Walter Russell's name up. I'm going to shoot it all, and I'm going to show direct proof how it correlates to the Dougherty set, how in a world of induction, the Dougherty set is the master key to electromagnetic compression and rarefaction. I'm definitely going to go heavy on as much stuff that I can cover, but not too heavy. You know, I'm going to show. I'm even going to bring in the primer fields. I know they might have issues, and I told them this. I said, I know you guys might have issues with certain people and stuff, like, but I'm inviting Ben Davidson and everybody else to this conference. And I said Ken Wheeler, and he's like, who's Ken Wheeler? You know, and I said a couple other names, but I'm going to be going person by person and proofing. Even Maxwell's equations, they're all geometry. So I can show the geometry of Maxwell's equations, and just geometers throughout the past and why geometry is so important, and philosophical thinking, and, just like in general, having an ethos or creed. Because when you start understanding these shapes and how they connect, you start to connect your own ideas, religions, value systems, morals, scruples.
I agree. But you see, your opponent is a scientific community that doesn't want any geometry or order to be observable in the universe. It wants a system that is randomly crashing into each other, exactly. This is where you have a schism, really. A lot of scientists will refuse to believe, for example, that there's any kind of resonance in the planetary interactions, right. although it's plainly evident that there are.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah, he wants me to completely. He said at least 2 or 3 times, show mainstream believes this, electric universe, you know, can show this. Basically, he wants me to bring up the fact of mainstream cosmology versus electric universe cosmology 2 or 3 times in the video. And that's not hard to do at all.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm usually always saying that in our podcast.
All you need to do is show where mainstream cosmology fails, whereas an electric universe approach with proper geometry gives a better answer. And the issue here is that it doesn't matter what we say to ourselves if we accept that the universe is driven by electromagnetic dynamism. The issue here is we've got a group of people, a large majority, who are paid to play the party game. You know, they don't get their funding if they go against the gravity model. They don't get their funding if they say LIGO is a waste of money that doesn't need to be done. And they won't get their funding for CERN if they suddenly start coming out and saying the Higgs boson and all the rest of it that goes with it isn't working. You know, I'm aware of the argument between Enraft, the Austrian experimenter who's trying to work out electrical charge values for the electron, and Millikan. And the latest paper that came out was done probably at my prompting in some ways to go and look at these guys and see what they did. And they came up with a paper that said, oh, there's this new fictitious quantum effect. They made up an imaginary solution to a problem that they discovered that, you know, Millikan wasn't quite right, and nor was Enraft. And there's this fundamental misunderstanding. You know, it's like the Cavendish experiment. They're looking for a given result. They're not examining the full environment and what can impact their experiment, and therefore what outcome is going to occur. You know, they have their assumptions, they have their model, they've got a set of mathematics that produces the expected behavior that they observe, but because their speculation is false and their mathematics is not catering for the need, you'll get circumstances where the mathematics doesn't work. You don't get the result that you observe with the mathematics. And this is the issue with things like Maxwell's equations. They don't work in all circumstances. If we had a proper understanding, then we'd have proper mathematics that gave us the right result every time, not just, you know, occasionally. And when we talk about the Millikan oil drop experiment, you know, and examine that experiment carefully, we discover that the only thing that moved in terms of a charge allocation mechanism was the electron. When we're looking at the Cavendish experiment, we're ignoring the rotational effects of the Earth and the electromagnetic environment that's in motion on the balls. And when we get into things like Ampere's speculation that a moving electric charge produces a magnetic field, you run into other issues. But, you know, the way that cosmology has got around that and quantum has got around it is because they think that the electron's spinning, that they've got proof that Ampere's assumption was in fact correct. But my colleague has done a lot of study in this, because of what his work history was, said that the electron is actually rotating on 5 separate axes. It's not an axial spin like the Earth spinning. It's a gear-ball arrangement where the thing is moving in 5 different directions simultaneously, and you can't predict the wobble.
Yeah.
Or 12, the other number. But the issue here is it's our understanding of what's going on that's causing the problem, because we can come up with any model we like, develop any mathematics that will correlate with our experience, and it'll be correct. But the fundamentals of our understanding are wrong. It's like why the Antikythera device worked the way it did. Ptolemaic astronomy. You know, if you have the right mathematics, you can produce the motions of the heavens as in the Ptolemaic model. But the thing is, the understanding of that model was wrong. And listening to Aaron on his video on the Gnostic informant is that he still thinks that Kepler's laws are due to an elliptical motion of the planets. And it can't be an ellipse. It's a helical corkscrew that's going on. And the ellipse just happens to be close to that model. But the if you use the ellipse to predict the planetary orbit, you'll get it wrong. You've got to use the helical path tracking mechanism to get the orbit correct. And you know, you got to use the inversion and the egg to get to where the planet really exists, where it really is. So, you know, the mathematics is close, but it's not exact. And it's because their model is wrong. You know, the planets don't orbit a star in an ellipse. An ellipse implies that there's a single plane of motion around which you travel all the time. You travel the same path. And we know for a fact that that's not the case because the sun's moving. So the planet's path has to be moving. It's not in an ellipse at all, which is one of the reasons why I say the only motion that occurs in the real universe is a helical path travel and no other. There's no circular motion. There's no elliptical motion. There's no parabola motion. There's none of that stuff. If I get a plane and cut a cone, all those different shapes I get, they are not motions that exist in the physical universe. They exist in a diagram. They exist in a simulation, but they don't exist in the actual universe in motion. And you know, whether people want to listen to it or not, I don't know. But that's a fundamental assumption that's built in physics. You know, they talk about everything else being, you know, effectively discounted. So if we ignore the fact that the Earth's moving and just focus on our little trackball device and do the Galileo experiment with marbles, you know, in that environment, if I constrain out the rest of it and say, oh, the effect of it is not something I need to worry about, I'm still going to get the wrong result because the universe. And
sorry, guys, I hit the wrong button, so I went off for a second, and now I came back on, and I'm recording again. So I'm going to go mute. I have to wash my dog. She got sprayed by a skunk again.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what the view of everybody else is, but I think if our understanding is not correct, we're not going to get the right answers. We're going to end up finding a circumstance where we look like idiots because we got it wrong.
Yeah.
But I've posted in the chat the link to the website for this solar maximum stuff. And on the graph that they're showing on the particular website is in December 2021. The peak in sunspots was way above what was predicted. But that sunspot stuff is going to maximize in July 2025. So we're just at the beginning of running up into a solar cycle. The fact that our sunspots are way up in terms of number might be an indication that we've got reinforcing resonance occurring.
Yeah, but
that we're ignorant of.
Yeah, but if we are at a maxima at say 2021, which I think we might have been 2020, 2021, we will be at the minima 2026 and a half, and that is meant to be the depends how fast the fall off is from the maxima to the minima, I think.
Yeah, but what counts? Predicted versus actual. The high point will be in July 2025. The low point is sometime in 2030, in the 2030s.
Yeah, well, that's entirely the opposite of that scarf heter, as far as I can understand it. I'll have to compare these anyhow, Robert, but no problem. I'll go with your data. It'd be worth having a look at a few bits, really.
Yeah, so we're rolling up into the next solar maximum, and it will peak in 2025 and then drop off. But we're talking about an 11-year cycle is the main one we can observe. But the question is what other cycles are in there that are pumping up the system?
Well, right now, Saturn and Jupiter are conjunct, as is Mars. So we've got a really big alignment going on, I believe. So I think that is the time when the Sun gets pulled, when the Saturn and Jupiter go through the plane, the ecliptic plane. I think that's when the tug happens, and you get the big sunspots firing off.
Venus and Jupiter are converging for a tight conjunction on April 30.
Right.
So there's a whole series of planetary alignments that changes the electrical dynamics of the
massively.
system, and
this is exactly. This definitely changes the electrical of all the planets. It definitely changes it, big style.
And if that's changing the electrical discharge mechanisms that are going on, or the electromagnetic discharges, then the climate of all the planets are going to change.
Yeah,
in ways
and they should do it in some kind of series, shouldn't they? Well, I suppose it depends where the orbital closeness is at the time. Maybe the charge doesn't jump over one way unless the planets are quite conjunct. I don't know.
April 25, there was a double solar flare, which took out a long-lasting radio blackout over Southeast Asia and Australia.
Well, it might be that time of conjunction that it happened. I wonder if there are any flares went off on Saturn or Jupiter on that particular time.
I noticed this morning when I was trying to connect up to the internet, I was really flaky to get connected. And now I'm watching because, Anzac Day is April 25, it's our War Memorial Day, basically. And I'm reading here about a double flare.
Yeah, you can imagine satellites are getting shot down all over the place as well at the moment, so anything can be happening, can't it?
So, we're getting increased solar activity, which is above the normal, and I'm wondering what is the real driver of that sort of stuff? Are we seeing, a reinforcing resonance mechanism that's making things a lot more active than they would otherwise be?
Well, yeah. Well, we certainly got a weird kind of weather going on at the moment because we don't often get east winds here, but we certainly get them on at the moment. So that's unusual. So if an event's happened, I don't know. It'd be worthwhile tracking back though to see what any, if there were any similarities, coincidences. Interesting though, yeah. I just really like that the idea of the charge jumping from say the sun to via Mercury to Venus to us, via the Moon to Mars, and
there's planet-to-planet discharge, line going out. But there's also the sun direct to each of the planets, and then from other planets to, like the discharge to Jupiter will then bounce off Jupiter and go to other planets.
Yeah.
That these things can go in any direction.
Yeah, I guess they can.
To make the claim that they don't happen is, just fantasy. But the thing is, if all the planets are lined up like they were in 1987 and 98, I think, they lined them up, and all the planets are in a string coming, you know, all in a line coming out.
I think they were there last night as well, Robert. I saw some article they were there last night. I didn't get up and have a look because it was too cold.
I've been up in the morning and walking out before dawn, and you can see Venus is high in the sky, followed by Jupiter, Mars, Saturn. They're all in a line.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
And the question is how does the electrical discharge mechanism work? We don't have the observations necessary to work out the detail, and they don't want us to know what the detail.
Would we see the charge coming in through the auroras?
No, you won't see the charge, because what's occurring is the travel of the discharge confines the X-ray and gamma ray that will be produced because of the discharge will be within the conduit. So unless you're actually passing through the conduit, you're not going to see anything. It'll be like, you know, nothing's happening. So people don't realize that the photons that are produced by these discharges are confined like a laser beam inside the discharge channel. And unless it happens to interact with something to send it sideways, you're not going to know there's a discharge and an X-ray happening.
There's no infrared then coming out of that or anything. Infrared telescopes. I mean, how are they looking at these filaments at the moment?
They're inside a confining plasma conduit, and plasma will absorb most of the radiation frequencies that are available.
Right.
It's the reason why standing on the surface of the Earth, you're looking up into space and X-rays aren't visible to you. The reason is we've got a hydrogen envelope around the planet that's absorbing most of the radiation, and it's only certain frequencies that can get through. And if you've got a discharge occurring and there's radiation being caused in that discharge, it's going to be confined to the conduit. It's not going to spread out past, and if it does, you're not going to necessarily notice it, because there's a number of factors that are making that very difficult. First of all, there's absorption factors of our own atmosphere, and then there's absorption factors of the plasma conduit. And it's, you know, you have to be really lucky to see anything. Unless your spaceship happens to go through the conduit and gets fried, then you'll know something's going on. Which is what I think has happened to some of the space missions that have failed.
I suppose you'd see more lightning effects on these planets if they were out going through an electrical event, wouldn't you? If we could measure those, maybe.
You will
Flashes.
see auroral behaviour for sure. That would be the signature I'd be looking for, is auroral, increase in auroral activity.
Yeah, that's what I'd go for, yeah.
Because that's when, you know, the radiation is no longer confined to the discharge conduit. It's being basically scattered anywhere. But, you know, Aaron's claims about gravity-driven models and all the rest of it, he's ignoring heaps of data that shows that electrical discharges are going on inside the solar system and outside the solar system. You know, the interaction of Io and Jupiter and Ganymede and Saturn, and, well, you know, Ganymede and Jupiter, sorry, Io, Europa is Saturn. And so you got all these different mechanisms throughout the solar system, and the gravity model doesn't explain the behaviour because it can't. You know, gravity is not electricity. Gravity is not magnetism. It's something else. And their models don't work. I mean, he had pictures of discs in his presentation on the Gnostic informant. And one of the pictures I saw, I went, oh, wait a minute, I've seen that. I was sent video stuff from our research group that we were with in the United States. And the disc of the star map he showed reminded me immediately of the motion video that I'd seen, which is an electromagnetic discharge mechanism, where you get circular, like raindrops with pulses, and then suddenly you get this disc of electrical accretion. which looks exactly like the sort of thing that the astronomy telescope was providing. You got a
I've got and this is why, because they're trying to the obvious discoveries between plasma and the electric universe. They're trying to explain according to their gravitational model. So they will use the diagrams that are produced, but from the legitimate models by the real researchers, and then corrupt them with different labels and slightly different concepts, and a bit of time warping here and mass gravitational twisting there, and you've got a solution.
Well, one of the things that he is saying is that the Earth is neutral, electrically neutral. Right? If the Earth was
neutral to what?
If Earth was electrically neutral, as you went through the atmosphere, you wouldn't be getting a voltage increase as you go out of the Earth, up through the atmosphere. Right? But every meter you go up, or I forget how many meters you go up, the voltage increases by 100 volts per unit of altitude grab. You can't get that effect if the Earth is electrically neutral. So it's
I think an A-level student would tell you that, or a kid at school, a 16-year-old school kid would be able to tell anyone that. So how come this guy can't understand that?
He's never done electromagnetic engineering. He hasn't done any of the stuff that Ramon and I have done, or anybody who's worked in high voltage radio transmissions and all the rest of it. He doesn't understand the basics of electromagnetic. That's because the coursework he did in astronomy excludes electromagnetics completely.
When
we talk spectrographs and divergence of the sunspots, it's electromagnetic effect.
But these people, have they not got a curious mind? I mean, if something is a complete mystery to them, do they just kind of sweep it under the carpet and pretend they've got a great understanding of science, but we don't look at this or this because it don't fit in with it?
How would you feel? I did my science degree, and I did it on the cheap, as it were. But if you want to go and do a science degree, you're looking at upwards these days with our government of $100,000. Now, you at the end of this process of doing your degree and gaining your money, your academic recognition, going to go out there having spent $100,000 and tell everybody you just got 3 years or 4 years of bullshit?
Well, that's a scam. Yeah, the degree's a scam. Half the time.
You're not going to criticise the institution that you forked out good money for, even if you know they've lied to you. It's like I was after I finished my degree, I happened to be on the bus, and the head of school of the science that I did happened to be on the bus, and I said to him, I said, you've got a problem with your institution and the way you're approaching things. You claim to be creating original thinkers who can go from first principles and do anything. And I said, what you're actually producing is a bunch of keyboard monkeys. They've been given the answers of how to build some computer system or write some algorithm or do some electromagnetic stuff. And they don't have to go away and even think about it. They can't of themselves work out what Ampere had to work out. And we know Ampere got it wrong because he didn't have all the data available to him. And the same is true for everybody. We've had Ampere was 202 years ago. 202 years ago, they didn't even know that the atoms were the way they are, that they were composed of electrons and protons and the hybrid neutron. They didn't know what a photon was. They didn't know what electricity was.
Shit.
But this is the time when they got the chemical battery going for the first time, and they were able to create wire sockets and interesting things. But they knew nothing about the internal structure of any of the stuff they were playing with. They didn't know that the Earth has a rotating magnetic field and a rotating electrical field, and that interacts with the sun in electrodynamic ways and all the rest of it. They didn't understand any of that. And we've had 202 years worth of, development and understanding sense, and we're still deluding ourselves into thinking we know everything. We've got no idea why there's an electric charge in the, why should there be an electric charge? We can't explain that. Why is there magnetic behavior? We can't explain that. What is energy? No idea. What's mass? Still can't work that one out. Yet we have all this mathematics of transition and formation and transform that gives us, a sort of a model for behavior. But we know it doesn't work all the time.
Well, take it from this point. I was talking to an electrician. Well, he calls himself an electrical engineer. He's made his living all his life. Made plenty of money, and never even really thought, what is electric? All he's done is systematically plug things together. He's not really considered or been even remotely interested since he was at college 40 years ago what an electron is, or what its characteristics are, and he says that is for this. Well, quite right in some respects. Look, I just make my living by plugging wires, this wire into that wire, and making sure it don't explode, etc. But so his actual understanding is probably no better than a 5-year-old child. But of course, he does have an understanding of things like induction, maybe resistance, maybe voltage, and very, very simple terms, really. And that's about as far as he's willing to go, and we'll get annoyed if he's pushed any further.
Yeah, it's just a Lego brick electrician.
That's right. But that's what the world is full of.
And if he had to go and build a motor from scratch, I reckon he'd be pushing shit uphill.
Look, he'd be in the Stone Age, never mind build a motor. He wouldn't even know how to climb a tree to pick monkey nuts, mate. He'd be goner.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there's very few people that deserve respect of their academic credentials, because I don't think they would even be able to go within starting steps of the field in which they've got a PhD.
Well, it's a matter of how far you grease the wheels, toe the line, and you get on with your superiors, basically, I think.
Yeah, but
I think that's how you get your degree.
There's not much think effort involved. To get a degree at any level, from school level all the way to PhD at the end, all you've got to do is parrot the answers that everybody's expecting to hear.
That's it. Learn by rote, and it's
the rules for gaining a PhD, as I understand it, is to make a fundamental contribution to the understanding of the universe that is not yet being discovered by anybody else. And I'm beginning to wonder whether some people who've got PhDs have met that particular criteria at all. I think what they do is they get out the scales, they weigh the thesis, and if it's the right weight, they get awarded the degree. And that's about the end of it. And it might sound a bit blasé, but I've had people that have talked about it as you've had to do some paper in philosophy or something. They literally get out the scales and they weigh it. They don't even bother to read it. Which is, you've got to ask yourself the question: well, why the hell are you employed to conduct coursework.
Well, I think the whole point about these degrees have been people got wise to buying houses off them. They got wise to buying cars for thousands and thousands. Then your kids, it's going to cost you 30 grand a kid for or 100 grand per kid for a degree now, you know, as well. So it's just another thing that you're expected to spend all your money on. And you couldn't go to the educational establishment and say what value for money at the end of this degree, you know, where am I on a competitive level in the world, you know. It is will I have learnt anything useful to me for my next 40 years existence, you know.
You find out how good your competitiveness is on the global stage when there's a war. That's when you find out how good your technology isn't. But when I was talking with Evil Cat, you know, I think he's still around. He said that I should get into academia and stir things up. And I said, you know, to fix the problems in academia, you have to do the Herculean task of running the sticks through the halls of academia and clean out all the rubbish. And that's not going to be appreciated by anybody. Because a lot of the people that are in academics and university and all the rest of it, they shouldn't be there.
Well, basically at the moment, Bill Gates runs much of the academia going on in Britain. I think there's a couple of big Chinese players who own big chunks of Oxford, Cambridge, and other big universities. So the next thing is, you see, he'll want you to learn Windows 10 and the Azure network suite, and also they plug in these boot training camps for data science in for Microsoft. I mean, not that Microsoft have got any kind of history in as a software house in data science. I'm sure they've been collecting plenty of data on people for long enough. But apart from that,
back 20 years ago or so, in the early 90s, it's 30 years ago. Yeah. Microsoft wanted to be able to start to issue computing degrees.
Well, they are doing effectively. That's where all the doctorates are coming and everything now.
The thing is, Microsoft is not a university. So why are universities surrendering their academic rigor and discipline to a private company for the issuing of academic recognition?
It's sponsors. I mean, it was Oracle when I was at university who sponsored it. Oracle, the database people.
Yeah, but they weren't the only ones. You had Software AG doing Database Natural, and you had IBM DB2, and
that's right. And they all had their own universities of choice, didn't they?
Yeah, because they needed people to be trained in using their operating system and their software, and it takes years to get your head around some of it.
It does, yeah.
I remember. I was in the database group of a government organisation, and we had some guy came in and did a course, and it was all to do with performance-rated issues, you know, how to make the thing run faster and stuff. And the crowd we were with, you know, it was well beyond our you know, well outside the comfort zone of any of us. And some of us were quite good at mathematics and understanding all of this. And this guy was, you know, leaving us in the weeds. You know, I'm sitting there at the end of this course thinking, what the hell was I just exposed to? Because, you know, a lot of it was just unbelievable. You know, it's like you're running into somebody who's spent 50 years in mathematics effectively. It's the sort of skill level. And you've just got out of kindergarten. You know, the maths, to follow the maths was really difficult to do. And I'm sure there was, good value in doing it, but I often wonder the value for me personally in doing that particular course. And it was like a 10-day course, and it was just, I got out at the end of it, like I'd learned a foreign language and I still didn't understand what was talked about. So some of this stuff's very important, and understanding how it works is good, but you've got to be the right person for that particular type of thinking, which is, why the Dougherty stuff, Yes, I'd like to understand it and all the rest of it, and I know it's applicable to the sort of geometry that's required for the speculation of how the solar system works. But, it's just sort of like the amount of time I would have to spend to come up to Buddy's understanding of the mathematics is like, I reckon 10 years in, I still wouldn't be there.
Honestly, I think I'm going to try to make it so simple that that it's just intuitive. I mean, it is intuitive dynamic geometry. So just by showing how a plasma jet, for example, a plasma engine that we design, the exhaust itself puts off the geometry that I'm drawing. And also that same exact geometry that I'm drawing is this shape I'm talking about specifically is the blue whirl. And that blue whirl we've already captured in the lab. It's plasma, it's electromagnetic, it's a vortex, a 12-step vortex of but it's so prevalent in everywhere that I look that I think the best way to start to understand the entire thing is exactly where we're at by taking apart the birkeland current and the toroidal and helical dynamics involved with vorticity. The whole thing is vortex. And this goes back to the very beginning of thinking, even before Socrates and the pre-Socratic philosophers. We have an episode on the geometric view where I read from a book by Vladimir Ginsburg, who's light years ahead of me when it comes to the math and the geometry of this, what we're talking about, this helicola, this helix within a helix within a helix within a helical structure, and then leading to double helical spines of our DNA. Dan Winter's not wrong. He's right when it comes to a lot of the things that he says having to do with the golden mean and phase conjugation and how implosion happens and negentropy, using the negentropic force of the universe to control implosive forces, i.e. cavitation and antigravitics. And we were doing this science in the 30s and 40s, 20s, 30s, and 40s, 100 years ago. Now we're back to the same place, but we have big toys, big secrets, and big games that we like to play. We like to play war games. We like to play germ games. Everything is a game, and we are in it. Whether we realize what game we're being played, every university plays games on their students. Every university, the psychologists experiment on the students and other students that don't even know that they're being experimented on. No. It's all a big game. What kind of game are we playing? It's what part of the who do you want to act like on this stage? How many hats can you wear? What is the end goal? The end goal is, life. Enjoy life and help others enjoy life. And you can help others and cure others and heal others, and that's about it. It's love. I mean, we go across our whole lives and we have our best friends and our family that come along, and share. You share and enjoy in the company of your loved ones. And I mean, unless you start to get into dark arts and dark bad things, then there's a whole bunch of malevolence to enjoy, but there's so much more to enjoy in the good too. It's just the good doesn't get the credit. You watch Christian movies and it's kind of cheesy. You know, the good news is kind of cheesy, but the good news is we know that that the New Jerusalem, which is the geometry of obviously some sort of a structure that is telling us to build or has already been built or is inbuilt within us. We are the bride of Christ. We are the connected directly to God. Maybe we needed a grounding to connect directly to God, like you were talking about, to complete the circuit, and that's Jesus. For us to believe that we could actually become one with the Father, because before that we were sacrificing our children and everybody was crazy, and they still are crazy all over the earth. We need a grounding. We need an exemplar. What we constantly need is salvation. We need to be saved from what? What are we being saved from? We know that we do bad deeds. We know that we're curious, and curiosity leads sometimes to destruction. So, I mean, I don't even know where I'm going with this rant, but it is electrical.
We live in our environment. We have free will, which means we've got the right to screw it up completely if we want to, and we've got the right to remain in it as well. But the fundamental is, as I said in the presentation we recorded a week ago or so, is that the universe, I think the universe is a conscious existence, and religion calls that conscious existence God. And that universe creates us, but we are separate. We are a unique instantiation inside that universe as a conscious being. And for the universe to understand itself, it needs to be limited. In other words, if we could achieve anything we wanted, how would we learn anything? And it's only when we're limited that we're forced to learn and understand. And that's the way the universe discovers itself.
Yeah. But when you start to believe and understand that the universe is nothing but giving, it doesn't take, it gives. It is life. The illusion of taking in death is an illusion.
Well,
the universe gives. So if you approach it with this philosophy, I forgot how I was going to tie it into what you were just saying. What were you saying?
I've wandered back into some interesting waters. You just let me know if you want my opinion on anything. Otherwise, I'll be putting citations.
Evil is the selfish corruption. In other words, we want to achieve things for our benefit, and we don't really care about anybody else. Whereas the universe is saying, look, we want everybody to enjoy and have and express and not suffer. But the thing is, the universe, for you to understand what's good or what's evil, you've got to experience the extremes. It's the only way you can achieve. So I don't know what Ramon's view is, but I'll be certainly interested to hear his point of view, because
real quick,
he's got something to say.
Yeah, real quick. That's what I was going to say is, when you realize that infinity and eternity is at your grasp, at your fingertips, that are all golden mean, golden ratio, from your golden mean, golden ratio wrist to your golden mean, golden ratio arm. It's a lasso that is connected directly to golden mean hierarchical scaling that goes directly into the sun and the next circuit beyond. Now, if you believe and you ask aloud, you shall receive. People who don't have, they don't ask. It's the art of asking. That's one of my favorite TED talks. The art of asking. This girl was a busker in Detroit. She busks for money, and she made millions of dollars and made music and made millions more dollars. And it's all because she asked. She got on a crowdsourcing platform, and she made almost the most that you can make on a crowdfunding platform. And this is because she understands the art of asking. So the universe is really receptive. And that's why oftentimes you have to go for a goal that's way beyond your grasp and reach, because if you go for it and ask, the universe will provide. And that's really where it comes down to faith to move mountains, faith that you can actually control and move around these storms. And as Dan Winter says, steer the tornado or steer the plasma or the toroid. How good at you are at steering plasma donuts and pushing your charge around the planet. And it's really the art of asking, the art of giving, the art of receiving, and being a part of the system. You got to work with the system instead of against the grain. A lot of people that go against the grain are in prison or in jail. But you do have to be an anarchist for sure. You have to go against it, but you have to know the rules in order to break them properly. That's all I got to say. So I'm interested to see what Ramon has to say too.
Well, I came in an interesting part. I'm not sure how you got to that stream of thought.
I was merely discussing. I think Robert was talking about you can't really have everything because we're limited.
Heard that. Okay, yeah.
And because we're limited, I was talking about the opposite, where you can have everything if you have faith and you ask, but we do have limitations still. That's our boundary conditions, and we have to network outside of ourselves, which involves, a lot of circuitry in order to make something. Whatever. Your turn.
Well, Robert's not wrong about the learning and the purpose. Of course, the getting beyond purpose or meaning, there's the physical fact of there's an impedance to the body. I'm sitting here with an ankle wrap on from an ankle sprain while camping and a knee wrap on because while I was boxing yesterday, my sweatpants slipped and my knee hyperextended. I have a trick knee from basketball. And my spine hurts because my gorilla of a student, he's like 6'2", he works out all the time and he doesn't really have a lot of finesse. So, he applies brute force to getting his techniques in, which is fine because I'm getting all the rust off anyways. But the body itself, every time you repair, it's a little less good than it was the previous time. So the whole premise of these law of attraction people, the secret and all this, it's basically true. Their science isn't precise enough, but it's basically true. They would need to talk about the law of vibration, the law of resonance, the law of polarity, and then finally, of course, talk about how those relate to the causality. But they're basically correct in visualization. However, there is definitely sin. It's in the Chinese text as well as in the Judeo-Christian, and it's in the Hindu tradition. It's in the native tradition. In fact, when the Chinese showed up to Cahokia, the main priest there proudly showed off. So when you go to Cahokia, you're going, wow, this is what a magical experience. When you look at those mounds, not the main big mound or the two mounds that were devoted to Saturn and Jupiter that are next to each other, but the other mounds that are fairly decently sized, according to the Chinese record of it, those were places where there were houses of scourging people. They scourged people for their sins. And probably they were other natives, but it could have been also in their own society. I mean, it was a sophisticated city of 20,000 people. So, there is some definite integration in our minds of a devolvement. That devolvement, the alchemists say that that's where you get the impetus or the basic ingredients for doing the alchemical work. The Buddhists put it this way: the lotus grows from the muck, and then becomes pure once it reaches the surface of the water. We all have to strive for what we want, and some of that's dark and some of that's light, etc. there is going to be a limit. That limit is mostly contained in the mind. It's also contained in the body. There's a physical limit. There's a limit of approximation. Not everything that is possible becomes probable, and that's just a fact of the collapse of reality. And it's a frustration for all of us, for all humanity. Whether you're an evil person who is trying to launch, I'm listening to a quote new. It's actually, obviously, Michael Crichton's been dead a while. His son has put it out, and it's called Dealing, or it's like the Berkeley story. Anyways, it's all drugs. Everything is about drugs, and so you're following this spineless, snivelly kid who's a drug dealer as he goes through and describes what the scene is like, and it's set in the 70s or 80s. So the verbiage is hilarious, but you're listening to his struggles to attain his reality and the interactions of these people, whether they're progressives that want to have social change or whatever. You're hearing them. I just started this today. It's a good book. I recommend all those John Lang, Michael Douglas pseudonym books. They're all Michael Crichton, actually. The point being that everybody is experiencing limitation. And that limitation, if they have a competitive edge, if they have some impetus behind them, they'll push themselves to attain this next level. But the very act of pushing, the Chinese teach us, will cost us essence. You will age regardless. Now, some people are going to age quicker. If you have kids, you're going to age quicker. And there's something spiritual about that. There's an electrical connection aspect. There's the division of the self. And if you're married, you're going to age in a different way than if you're single. There's a biological reason for that, as well as obviously physical, spiritual, mental. But the rules of the alchemy themselves don't change, and the limitations, the difficulties that people face up against, the assumptions they have that something that they've started will work out, and then when it doesn't start to work out, whether or not they give up easy or they don't give up easy. And the martial artists and the Taoists in general, they focused on these concepts and they compared it to cooking and or sword making and the various processes. I was talking with my Tai Chi student about this last week, and she became very surprised that when she approaches her purple sash, before she even gets the black sash, that every time she goes up, that there will be a bigger challenge from her outside life, that it'll be non-linear. And I explained that it's all about the quench, which I don't know if you guys know about the quench, but I'll just describe it for the audience. When a sword reaches a certain place in the forging, the sword, while hot, is stuck directly into water or oil. If it's stuck into oil, of course, it burns. But it quickly and rapidly cools. And at that time, if there are weaknesses in the sword, it will crack and it could be, destroyed, and then you have to start all over again. And we're lucky if we even get to that stage. And then getting beyond that stage to the place where we feel the freedom to move around. But then that's only one area of life. If you're lucky to have that in your career, you may not have it in your marriage. And if you're lucky to have it in your marriage, you may not have that in your family. And if you have it in your family, you may not have it in your vacationing and travel. And that limit is built into the system. It is a very huge frustration, and there may be ways to engineer out of it, but I doubt it.
There's limits built in our DNA as well, but those limitations actually become advantageous during different climates and weathers, and probably different solar activity. Like, okay, let's take, for example, autism and Asperger's. Elon Musk came out and he said that he has Asperger's, late onset, who knows, maybe early, who knows, okay? I don't know when this can and does get diagnosed in people's lives. It might even get diagnosed if you just do so many weird things that you turn weird, take it from that perspective. But this is my point here is, what if during these solar events and these a lot of us lose our minds, but the people with Asperger's or Down syndrome or something along those lines, it could be anything, their DNA actually shines brighter and they can actually comprehend what's going on better than we can, or there's obviously an advantage to all the detriments in that we view as detriments in our DNA structures.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, God has a mysterious way of turning, what is obviously crap into something that is a positive. For example, divorce is crap, splitting up families crap. God hates it, and yet in the end, you end up with more free time to do the things that you want to do for yourself. You get to meet new people. You get to have a different life.
The kids have more holidays. The more holidays.
Their perspective, they get more. You get more allowance. They get more presents. They get more of everything. They get more love because everybody thinks about them. It's kind of insane how it works, but it's obviously still crap. There's no way around that. That's the truth.
Yeah.
But it's the truth that politicians are crooked. But the positive is that on occasion you see a statesman who stands up for the truth, and in a very rare case, sometimes he actually wins, or she. Although I haven't seen a whole lot of the she ones lately, but there are some decencies to it, but ultimately it is tending in one direction, and there will be a correction. That's probably natural. That cycle, that up and down, that wave. The football being carried between one end zone and another end zone. We just happen to be we're deep into the red zone on one of the poles. It's not a positive thing. And when that happens, if you get to the end zone, then you got real serious issues. And so I teach my students to try and meditate in a way that keeps the ether that they are tuning to between the red zones and not between the end zones. Because if you're into the red zones, then you're already in trouble. You don't know what kind of physical effects you're going to get then.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's interesting, but I think there is, a system in place that definitely is there to help us understand the universe. My colleague talks about, the Earth is a location where free will is permitted, but there are other environs where your past life is known when you're born and all the rest of it. It's sort of like some of the things he's told me, I'm thinking, well, that's really out of left field. But is he wrong? Is there an environment where you come into it, you live for say 500 years as opposed to 100 years, or you live for a millennia, but you come in knowing what your purpose is and how you're going to learn, and you follow that process through, and you're not the way the free will environment works is different to the way that some other learning environment works. So there's often made the statement when we die and end up back in the aether, back in heaven as it were, we're going to be very surprised as to who's there, because we'll find that there are people there that we would think that given their lifestyle and what they've done, they shouldn't be there. So the question is
like everything, there should be layers of heaven, layers of hell, layers of earth, layers of structures, entombed structures within entombed structures. It would make sense. And then according to that, also, the humans growing with a pyramid scheme, advancing will teach you more knowledge, the more degrees you get, things like that, layers within layers within layers of shells. You get black belt, you get yellow belt, you work your way up layers and layers and layers. Everything is really about working layers, right? So it would make sense that there'd be layers of heaven to me.
Well, I think that's a refining process in our being. If we're going to go out there and be the asinine person of the universe and cause everybody difficulty, we will go through a refining process that we're not going to like. And for some people, they need to go through that refining process for them to really understand what's going on. There are other people that, you know, you look at them and you think, what have they done to justify the consequence they're forced to live with? And a lot of times these people are not guilty of doing anything that was detrimental to their environment or to their family or anybody. They get dumped on, basically. And you got other people that go through this environment that you know, live a life of privilege and just seem to have success after success, regardless of their behaviour. So I think there's different courses, different paths that people have followed and go through, because it's what their learning curricula is all about. You know, what their school is all about in terms of learning. You know, if we're capable of achieving anything and everything, then we'll have lived the extremes of all of it. And the only question is where are we in that cycle of learning? And for that to really work properly, you need a universe that's effectively infinite, where, you know, you might experience the same sort of chain of causality again and again and again with only one minor change somewhere along the line. And that's critical for you to understand something.
Right. Like listening to the same song. Well, this is a crazy thing along with what you're saying here. Einstein's definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, right? But if you listen to a song, the same song over and over and over again, you'll get different results. You can cry over and over again or feel different ways. Nostalgia or new ways the first time you hear it, but that's not always the same, because we are the changing parameters. Our environment, our feelings, what we're going through in our life changes, and that changes the song itself. And if you listen to a song before you cry to it, it's a song, right? But after you cry to it, it completely changes the song. 100%, and then you listen to it again, it's never the same. So
yeah, it's what our understanding brings to the circumstance, and if that understanding changes, then what we learn changes, which is one of the things I was banging on about in terms of science understanding. If our speculation is where the problem lies, then we've got to really examine what it is we think is going on. And how correct is our understanding for producing the evidence that we claim to be observing. And the problem I have with a lot of the, you know, guys like Professor Dave and Aaron Adair and others, even the guys running the Gnostic Informant, you know, they don't want to examine the full environment. They've got a belief system that they want to maintain. And if they examine the full environment, that belief system is going to be seriously challenged. And nobody likes to be told that the brand new car they bought was the worst possible purchase of a lemon ever. You know, we don't want to be confronted with our personal stupidity. And we're certainly not in public. In private, maybe, but even then we're not going to like it. And we see that within the group itself, you know.
No one wants a reputation for backing the wrong horse, but they all do at some point. But it's just when they decided to jump off the bet. That's the thing. That's the difference.
Yeah. Well, I made an expectation. I put my cards on the table, and it turned out I was wrong when it came to magnets and water. But you know, the question I have is, I've still got a niggling question with magnets and water and electricity with water, is that we don't really understand the dynamics that are going on there. And yes, there may be fraud going on, and yes, the observations produced a result, but I'm wondering what the full story is. What did we miss? And for that reason, I'm saying, yeah, my prediction about what was going to happen didn't work. Fine, that's okay. Wear it. But I still want to go away and do some other investigation to find out what really was going on. You know, if the video is fraudulent, then I want to show why it's fraudulent. I just haven't figured out a way to do that yet.
Well, I can tell you what happened was that they took the clip from somebody, if they didn't do it themselves, which they probably didn't. They took the clip from somebody who had put the water on top of a magnetic stir, and then they had some ferrous material that had dissolved into the water. The way it accelerates like that is very obvious that there was a magnetic stir. As for the interactions of magnetism and water, I think that there probably is an interaction. However, the main interaction is going to be electric fields and water. And as much as they are one and the same, they're also different. In the same way that self-defense and survivalism are the same, but they're different. There's different rules for each, and fighting is also different. So they form a triad creature: fighting, self-defense, and survivalism. They're different studies. A well-rounded martial artist should study all of them. Plasma, electromagnetism are all different, but they're all related by the same force. So that's about, for me, it's a very simple thing for my mind. It's just the way but I just see the situation differently. And in this way, it's a little bit mainstream or standard model, if you will. But I like going, okay, what is the result? How can I move into practicality with that result? And I don't spend as much time on the deep. I've already produced a couple papers as to what my thoughts are, and from here I'll be going. After this, I may do change theory, which is supposed to be its paired paper, but there's a good chance I'll go right into spacers again and do more spacers work. I've been thinking a lot about the future and about trying to leave a legacy. So taking, and I want to put out the spacers book. I thought I was going to put out the MIMS book first, but I think that the spacers book may come actually just a little bit first. But either way, the goal is to have 4 books out this year, and those would be 2 of them. And of course, I've already done one that was a strategy series book, and then getting the Hidden Kentucky book out would be great, or at least the first one of several Hidden Kentucky books. So that's for me where my research is going. I don't know if that helps at all, but I'm prescribing a patient something right now. There was a thing when I got up, I can't remember. Oh yeah, Buddy said something about a pyramid scheme. It's funny when you look in and you pay attention to evangelism and you also pay attention to Mahayana Buddhism. Both of them work off of the pyramid scheme. Right? The idea is I convert 1 and they convert 2, and and so if I convert 2, I've really converted 4, etc. on down. And what's interesting is that nature has a way of pushing back on that, and I haven't figured out how we could get past that, because it would be ideal, obviously, if everybody was interested in their salvation, their enlightenment, and helping other people. But yet that doesn't seem to be so far what the system wants. I don't know. Maybe we've done something wrong, or maybe the devil's done something right. I don't know.
The system that we're existing in is pyramidal in everything. Right? All organizations pyramidal. All of them.
The whole reason why we got onto that whole subject is religion is a circuit. Whatever religion you're going to follow, it is growth, the growth of the religion, the belief of the religion, the rites and passages of the religion or the belief system is all fractal. The more people that do and believe the same thing, the larger the structure, the morphogenetic field, the mind field, and the belief and the symbols, and everybody living in their day-to-day life believing that. That's a huge circuit. They're all different circuits. You can invent a new one right now. In India, there's millions of different gods and belief systems and ways of being, and it's almost like, has India ever been destroyed? It's like, is that the safest place on earth? Go to India because it's never going to be destroyed? Like, I don't know. Madagascar? I don't know. Australia? Is there safe zones in the world, just like there's hot spots,
India had cataclysms. Dwarka sank into the ocean.
Right. Yeah.
Harappa,
Exactly. But they have record of it, is what I'm saying. And so many religions. It seems like what I'm talking about, like the spaghetti monster, has a million tentacles, and an endless amount of belief systems can be shoveled up, disheveled, and destroyed. If you watch American Gods, it's all based off of how many ancient gods have been destroyed and came and went and destroyed, and then time and time again, we're always going to believe in a belief structure, because if I do something in May, like plant a seed, and then I see that it grows, and then next year, it's producing its own seed or something along those lines. You're gonna believe in what's it called when you're superstition, because you're gonna believe that because you did that, good things happen. You fed your family, that's good. More things happen that are good. So the more work you put in, the more output, the more growth you get, versus someone who wants to steal everybody's stuff, pillage and destroy. There's a lot of negative consequences and oftentimes death at an early age for going against the grain. I mean, the whole idea here is that systems of belief, electric universe, gods and goddesses is real. I said Israel. Speaking of Israel, what is fake? Exactly. Anyway, but my point is, yeah, it's a circuit. Everything's a circuit. Dial into the circuit. Create a new circuit. We live in America. We have a freedom of religion. Create your own new religion. Become 501c3. We have these tax-exempt opportunities so that people can thrive. Build a collective of people that believe the same beliefs as you and your same scruples, and ask everybody to pour money into it and build your own cathedral. That's how cathedrals are built. It's not that it wasn't built. It's not fake history. It's not we didn't build the railroads. The railroads, we built them. Yeah, there's people that believe we didn't build them. We built these cathedrals. We built this city. And we can do it again. It takes a lot of money and it takes a lot of people coming together, and you can pool resources. We do it to this day. It's called crowdfunding. If you can do enough crowdfunding and you're good at campaigning and you're good at writing grants, you're going to make a lot of money for a lot of people, and you're going to be the guy to go to, and I can turn anything into gold. The Midas touch. Who has the Midas touch? Elon Musk. He grabs anything he touches, it turns into gold, and that's probably a detriment to him. Grimes just left and got with a woman. Apparently she's dating Chelsea Manning, which if you went from Elon Musk to Chelsea Manning, imagine that, like, all this information, all this inside information about Elon Musk and everything, and then all of a sudden you go to Chelsea Manning. Holy hell, the power that she has,
It's supposed to be a weird sex.
Yeah, yikes. Well, anyway, at any rate, I reckon that he's playing some very dangerous alchemy, and that the type of debts that he has to run up are extreme, and I hope he keeps ahead of it his whole life. But without God, eventually it'll catch back up with him, and I just hope it doesn't happen, because I actually like the guy despite himself, just like Bill Mayer. I like the guy despite himself.
Yeah, I think
everyone says, real quick, just a real quick one. Everyone says that he's Elon Musk lives completely poor. I mean, I believe he is poor. Even his ex-girlfriend, Grimes, said that he lives in a trailer and eats ramen noodles and beans. It might be like a status style or symbol, but he's trying to also get people to sell their homes so that the larger global organizations can gobble them up, which I don't believe. A lot of these big players are telling everybody to sell their houses and live homeless. And Elon Musk apparently couch surfs across the United States and stays at friends' houses, which is really cool. But it's still weird.
Yeah, he's definitely different.
Well, yeah, it's bizarre behavior, that's for sure, if it's real. But the thing is, I think if you look at the way money is being spent by governments and individuals, it's almost like some people know in these environments that they're never going to have to pay back.
Pay it back, right? Correct.
It's like they know there's something is about to change completely, and whatever the system was that got them to where they are now, that whole infrastructure is going to disappear, and they'll still have what they have. But that's a very dangerous environment to be in. It's like the French aristocracy from 1779 to what about 1800. If you're in the privileged group, there's a good chance that you weren't going to survive. So I think the next little while is going to be quite curious. And if you listen to all the scuttlebutt rumors of what's going to happen and prophecies and all the rest of it, and you link up the actual environmental fluctuations that are occurring, we could well be at the beginning of a slippery slope down into a bit of a disaster. We're all talking about, if the right sort of electrical discharge happens to the earth, then we lose electricity. Well, that's not a good outcome for anybody. And the privileged are going to be the ones that are going to be carrying a lot of the can if they knew that, if it gets out that they knew in advance that it was going to happen. That's not a good place to be.
There's a new series on Netflix. Apparently that starts with a bright solar flare in flash and then it continues. So I'm interested to watch that because I think more TV shows should involve Carrington-like events and get into the science a little more, and just like catastrophic movies and post-apocalyptic movies should involve the solar flare more often, I think.
Yeah, but what we're seeing is the sort of stuff that was happening in the 60s until Star Wars. And then we had a period of upbeat looking films, and then the start of the 90s or during the 80s or somewhere along the line there, all the disaster films started to come back, and then they disappeared for a while, and now they're coming back. It's almost like they're telegraphing all these events in advance. And I'm just wondering what the next, upswing is going to be. But the thing is, we can't keep going back into disaster film and the impact that has on society. It's depressing.
Well, sure, and it's paranoid.
Yeah, and although we might look at the film and not realize it, it's still going to affect our outlook on everything.
Yep.
Is it going to help everybody if they really realize what the impact of a solar discharge is going to be if it goes the wrong way for us on the planet Earth?
Well,
we're not
always
equipped.
It seems, Robert, like you're making a good argument for my spacers movement.
Well, we're not equipped to deal with a disaster. We don't even have the contingency to survive it well.
Correct. We've got there's a lot of development to do between here and there.
Yeah. And the question is, have we run out of time? Is there going to be a reset that's going to see a lot of people dead?
Well, regardless of whether you have or haven't, it's sort of like you could prepare now for the Super Bowl, or you could prepare the day before the Super Bowl, because you stand a lot better chance of actually winning the Super Bowl if you prepare starting today. And that's what I advocate, is that we begin our spacer society today, and not after we've already messed it up with a whole bunch of we're already in trouble because we got too many satellites floating out there. Now we're starting to get into space wars kind of nonsense, and it's going to be a real problem. I'll be right back. I got to pull needles.
Yeah. So it's the reinvention of the space race, but now with today in all these billions of dollars, and so much more money than we had that is spent on SpaceX and all these other organizations, we're still not going to the moon or putting people on the moon. Instead, we're just going into the upper atmosphere and making it look like like we're a spacefaring colonization, or space, at least going out into space. But even the billion-dollar jets and everything that's taking people up into space is only lower orbit atmosphere, just barely out into what's quote unquote called space.
Well, I think it's like NASA. You know, it's the public TV show to get people, you know, excited about space, but the real show is not being shown at all. In other words, we've got technology that we know is deficient running as a smokescreen against the technology that really does work and that does exist. And we keep seeing, you know, slight evidence of this sort of stuff all over the place. If you to go back and read some of the stuff that was applicable to the wonder weapons of the Nazi era and all the rest of it, you know, there's claims by the people involved that said they got help from outside the planet to create a peaceful society, but it was misapplied technology into warfare. And as a result, you know, they weren't very happy with the outcome. And I'm just wondering whether, you know, 100 years down the track, we're not repeating that same sort of experience. And you've got to ask yourself the question, how much longer is the people that want us to develop in a peaceful way going to tolerate the bullshit?
I got a good question to ask. So is there anywhere in the world today that they're building megalithic structures?
Well, Russia was trying to build pyramids, but that's all gone on to hiatus.
Okay, so there's nowhere on Earth that people are spending the money to build megalithic structures. What I'm talking about is modern day megalithic structures, sort of like the Coral Castle in Florida.
There was a guy who's doing geoglyphic art, doing big art projects that you can see from space. I don't know how successful he is at doing those projects, but there aren't many, or you know, there might be one or two, but nothing significant. Not on the scale of the Coral Castle or similar.
So I'm wondering, like, are we even going to have a legacy? Is all of our buildings going to be stripped and scrapped for metal and rebuilt into other things? And
well, they're not
all of them, obviously, but
the buildings we have today are not designed to stick around for more than 100 years anyway.
Yeah,
you know, it's not like we're trying to build the things of the past, the pyramids. You know, in the 1800s, they were trying to build things that would last generations.
Right.
But that thinking died with the First World War.
Well, we have a lot of structures that have been built for multiple centuries.
Yeah, but
I think that place in I forget where it is, but there's a cathedral that was designed in the 1600s or even 1100s, and it's still being built today.
Okay. Well, there aren't so many of those sort of projects.
Right. It's still not sustainable once you get it built. It's just complete maintenance the entire time. Like, there's no maintenance on these. Well, I guess there is maintenance on these ancient structures, but they're stable. They're going to stay there, you know, like it's not even worth the money for the investment to build any stone structures like that anymore, is it?
Well, you know, cathedrals were built for a religious purpose, and the religious purpose has sort of disappeared. It's like you're saying, the societies grow up, they start off small, and then they explode in size, and then they just become too big to manage, and they self-destruct. You know, if you look at the history, that's what we see. You know,
yeah.
Countries countries have a lifespan of 200 or 250 years, and then they degenerate into social chaos for a period of time, maybe 10 to 20 years, and then they come out completely different. And if you look at Europe and Asia and places around, you see that behavior happening all the time. So our dynamics, the way the biological system, as it were, is applied to our culture, we go through these build up and fall down time periods, and the transitions are not very pleasant for those that undergo them. And I think we're right in the smack in that thing at the moment. And given the stellar environment and the general ethos about, there's a pending disaster about to hit us, we're coming into a period where the sun's going to become more active. If that gives us a negative result, then all the prophecies and statements about how the world's going to turn into chaos is going to be realized. But
how many years? It was 2,000 years ago, right? When about approximately around when Jesus came, and there was a big shift, and one of the yugas changed. Or no, those are 2,000 big year cycles. But there is a sub-cycle that's 2,000 years.
There's a zodiacal change, and if you look back in the history, you had the age of Leo the lion, which had a religion all based around it, followed by Taurus the bull, and you had a religion to do with bulls. And then you had Aries the ram, which is when the Jewish stuff took off, which is all sheep. And then after that, it's the Piscean age, which we're just coming out of the end of, and that was the beginning of the Christian era. So it's 2,000 odd years ago. And now we're moving into the time of the water bearer, Aquarius. And we're seeing a whole bunch of world religions starting to make their presence known on the world stage. The New Age movement and all the rest of it. So it's almost like there's a secret environment that's about changing the religion of the world, or the major belief systems of the world, every 2,100 years or so, which is tied into the zoological, the zodiacal calendar cycle, and that strikes me as very bizarre. But if we correlate our history to that, it seems to be a feature.
Buckminster Fuller also did the least maximum amount of tension and not tensegrity, but the maximum amount of efficiency on a spoke on a wheel with the minimum amount of the minimum amount of spokes and the maximum amount of efficiency, and it's 12 spokes. 12 spokes is the minimum maximum. So you have what is called what's that? The Occam's razor at 12 spokes. So you look at galactic systems and you understand galactic time scales. Everything is in 12. That's why we have 12 months. That's why we have 12 zodiacs. That's why we have 12 spiraling around the center, which is 13, which is the Christic Christ teaching. He needed 12 apostles. 12 people needed to take account that this is true.
But you say that
12 is the time. The reason why there's 12 hours is because the whole entire system is, if you look at the Dougherty set, it's 12 spokes. It's 12, and it all comes down to the IVM, isotropic vector matrix, which is all Buckminster Fuller, and how everything scales outward omnidirectionally with an omnidirectional inhalation and an omnidirectional exhalation using the 12 spoke geometry that Nassim Haramein teaches, but doesn't give the amount of credit that needs to be due to the original founders, like Buckminster Fuller. He took it and ran with it and started talking about black holes and all this other stuff. But it's Bucky's. Bucky deserves it. He's the genius that came up with it. And if you understand if you want to know more about Zodiac, then study more about Buckminster Fuller's work, because he's always working with maximum efficiency, minimum energies. And we're maximum efficiency creatures.
If we're talking Zodiac, though, we're talking thousands of years of history.
Right,
And
it's the same thing. The same mechanics, the celestial mechanics applies with in the lab, just like with plasma physics applies in the lab and celestial mechanics.
But you're going to see this behavior, that the 12 system and the 12 disciples and the one teacher. You're going to see that reflected in all cultures. You'll see it inside Asian cultures.
Yeah, everywhere.
Everywhere, because and the question is that something that's coming out of the universe as a sort of like a resonance mechanism that we have to pay attention to? Is that our resetting mechanism?
Well, when do children mature and typically become a teenager or pubescent or
13?
Yeah, it's 12, 13 right there.
Yeah.
And for girls, it's a little earlier, especially here in America with the drugs that are pumped into the foods and the hormones and stuff. But I mean, typically it was 12, 13. It's always been 12, 13, and that is the age, dude. There's probably something having to do with the 12th day of being alive, your 12th month being alive. Oh, you're a year old. 12 is everything, dude.
Yeah.
12 is clock. 12 is.
If you go back to prior to the 1900s, you'll find that the marriages, might become more adult at age 12, 13. But the marriage, when do you get married? What was the average age of getting married? And my mother got married age 24. My wife and I got married when she was 24. So it's sort of like, it's almost like cycles.
I got married when I was 23. Yep.
So there's cycles going. The issue is you've got to have the appropriate CAD package to deal with some of this stuff.
CAD files. I mean, what do you want to look at first?
But the videos are not in this directory. You want his videos. He's got a YouTube channel. Just give me a second.
Yeah, well, it's all I've told the audience that I'm saying right now. You see what I'm seeing, don't you? You see the folder? Do you see the Google Drive?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What do you look at first?
Well, just pick on one that's really simple. Let's say we look at the magnets.
Start with batteries.
Just look at magnets.
Set up for the batteries. I mean, it's nice. He's got a basic diagram. Apparently, you already need to have your PCBs formed. So this is a later step. We got discharge characteristics. The kind of Panasonic batteries that he's using. This appears to be further down. This is for the primer cube. Okay.
Have a look at magnets themselves.
Magnets? Well, what I saw in there was just a spreadsheet. Let's see what this spreadsheet is. Okay, so it's a sorry about that. I had a call coming.
The stuff that I've looked at, I've had a look at it. I've actually downloaded his public domain library to look at it, but you need you need software to go with it to get the proper things. So I'm just going off the videos that he's made statements about. But I was looking more along the lines of what sort of documentation that describes what's going on, and he's got CAD drawings and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And he's got the actual files for the CAD materials.
Yeah. Well, I know a guy. Well, we had Sky on here. Sky would be able to reproduce all this if we asked him to. I don't know what time schedule he would be able to do it for, though. And I emailed it off to Aaron, and Aaron has a 3D printer. He'd be able to do portions of it. I'll have a call with him tomorrow, and I'll bring it up and see what his interest levels are, because if there is really a fusion going on here, then there are some serious spacer ramifications and commercialization opportunities.
Ramon, have you heard of Benjamin Hyde?
I have. We had him on? He did a Thunderbolts, either a talk or a Space News. I can't remember which one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
he's a handsome dude, isn't he?
I don't know what he looks like. I forget, but I guess I can see his face. Yeah, he's. I guess he's good looking, whatever. But I was pointed towards his direction from the Thunderbolts. They said that I was already friends with him, so I didn't know he was so. I know there's a lot of people that are tuned in here, but I didn't know that he already had an episode and other things. So
on the Electric View, he came on the Electric View. I feel like, but he's a very smart individual, Ben. But I haven't talked to Ben in a long, long time, so I don't have any way of getting in touch with them. Between him and Garrett, Sky, and Aaron Harden, if Aaron Harden's willing to participate, I don't know. He's been kind of locked into this, integrated circuit manufacturer, but maybe he'd be willing to make the printed circuit boards. Anyways, I think it is sensibly possible to recreate this. Now, the funding together for it, that might be the difficulty.
I've just posted in the chat the link to David's YouTube channel. And there's a fusion preview from 2 years ago. And then he's shown a primer field ion thruster that's 2 years ago. And then there was August 2019 when he talked about various things. So he has listed a few things. His videos go back over a period of 9 years. So there's quite a bit of research that he's done and developed a lot of technology. He was visited, according to his August video, by people that wanted to shut him down. So, he's sort of reviewed. That's one of the reasons why he put it all into the public domain, to get rid of the pressure. But I think his discoveries and his approach is quite important to follow and understand correctly. But he's very focused on the magnetic behavior. And if you watch the primer field ion thruster video, you will see behavior in his thrusters that maps directly on observed spatial events. So the picture of the Crab Nebula, where it's pulsing and all the rest of it, or with Cygnus A or whatever it is, the black hole thing, in his ion thruster, when he changes the polarity from negative to positive, you get that Cygnus structure replicated. The one you take the astronomical images of a moving thing, and you look at the thruster image, the same thing, you see the polarity. It's literally the same mechanism involved. The only difference is scale. One's talking about a stellar environment. This one's inside a lab. So what David's done with his fusion devices should be a wake-up call to the astronomy community, because he's able to replicate structures in the lab that look exactly like what it does out there in deep space.
Yeah, but happening, Bostic and Alphen and all these guys have been doing that. The problem is are they going to actually watch this stuff? I don't know
Well,
if they will.
if Aaron Adair is not going to watch this stuff, then there's not much hope for these guys. But these videos, we need to carefully watch what he's doing. And there are some of these that just the correlation between what he's doing in a lab and the effects that he's getting, and then when he goes and applies it to the universe, you start to see plasma behavior mechanisms that are happening on a grand scale out there that are being replicated on a smaller scale inside his lab. And this double bowl arrangement for his fusion primer fusion thing is the opposite to what he's got in the primer fields. So in the primer fields, these bowls face away from each other, but here he's got them facing each other. So it strikes me that this is like you're in your man cave and you're playing with this sort of stuff, and you're changing things around. You change one bit to see if something interesting happens, and then change another bit, and so on. And I think that's sort of a process going on. But I'm sure that this is being driven by the dreams he experiences. Whether it's ET or his brain's finally clicked onto a solution, I don't know. But he's claiming that a lot of this stuff is coming from dreams, and I think there's merit into accepting what he's saying. But I think this is very interesting. The structure that he's producing with plasmas is important to pay attention to. It's not Peratt style plasma structure. It's a different thing, and I think he's doing fusion fission. The sort of things that if you were to check that atmosphere and the device before and after and do a proper assay on everything, there's a lot to be discovered there.
It very well may be.
But what I'd like to see is the proof that where his power is coming from and how it's, is it really generating more power? I'm not saying that his claims are false. Right. I just like more information, please.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying is, how are you measuring your outputs chemically, spectrally, energetically? Like, what are you getting that really supports what you're saying, substantiates the position? Because I think he's obviously brilliant, like Searle was obviously brilliant, but that doesn't mean that they're right. And there's a lot of people that have been brilliant that were not correct. Hawking would be the top line that comes to mind. Imagine if Stephen Hawking had been devoted to the plasma cosmology position. How much could have been accomplished?
He would have been shut down, done that. But the other thing we need to remember with these electric fusion devices is that they tend to produce stable isotopes. And there's a crowd in Russia who are getting the radioactive stuff and putting it through similar processes and producing stable isotopes. So there's something in here that's not being realized by the mainstream. And if you run this just the right way, with the right inputs, the right power levels and all the rest of it for the right amount of time, I think you could tune this thing to produce over time a given element, a stable version of a given element, like silver or gold or iron or whatever.
Maybe. Problem with all these garage sciences is like, look at Billy Elverton. The work he did was so super important, but he's not telling us what his setup is. Yeah. That's a problem. That's an extreme problem.
Because he's hoping to make money out of it. Whereas what I think David's been putting.
I don't know what Billy was. I have no idea what Billy Elverton was hoping to do or whatever. I guess he got bought out. I have no idea. I don't know any of those details, but I do know that science is supposed to be replicable. Now he has this David has this transfer technology area. It's open source. It sounds like he wants to do the right thing. I would say just including in that is the full scientific method. Show us how you're measuring things, where you're getting the results from. This is how the alt stream continually loses to the mainstream. You've got to do everything more by the book than they do, because they frequently cheat.
Agreed.
So
But
I'm
if
not
you
disappointed, but I'm not yet salivating, if that makes some sense.
Well, just have a look at his, I'm not sure whether it's the August 24 video or the Fusion preview video, but in there he talks about doing, in his dreams and visions, he's doing this because it is to benefit the rest of us. The approach that he's doing is for the benefit of everybody else.
Yeah, so, well, that's what Mao said too. So, he has a place on the gateway. I'm not going to take him off the gateway. I mean, he's an important character in the community.
Yes.
However, being a character like Ken Wheeler or something, there's also what you need to do the science. And I want to remind people, I don't want to bash the audience over the head, but you can do this cosmological work without being a so-called trained scientist. You can do other things. First of all, on the volunteer page of the Gateway, there is a list of ways that what we need, things and how to avoid being a problem. Don't rely on pseudoscience. Metaphysics is not pseudoscience. Pseudoscience cannot be proven or disproven. It usually relies on a priori knowledge, models as truth, math as God, and the authority fallacy. So avoid those things. Watch what Feynman has to say about mathematics versus physics, and then go to the standards page and look and see what kind of standards we have to have in the alt stream in order to become the dominant story. Because otherwise, we're always going to be marginalized. And I think that he's taken an important step in that. It's not just the open source cosmology, but the CAD designs, telling what materials, what magnets he ordered, when, what arrived, he's practically showing the receipts. It would be nice too if he had isolated, it couldn't be his home electric bill. It'd have to be like the standalone building that has its own electric bill, and show us what the electric bill is versus how much electricity he's getting out. That would be a good way of proving what he's doing. I have no idea if this video will ever make it to him. Probably not, but you never know. We might have an audience member who knows somebody who knows David, and they can pass it to him, and then he could see my challenge that he prove what he's actually getting.
Ramon, or I could title it with his name in it and say something along the lines of a challenge or a listen for David Lapointe, blah, blah, blah. So, something along those lines.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't bother me. It's like what I said about yesterday about Aaron Adair. I'd be glad to debate him, dialogue with him, discuss with him, teach him whatever he wants. He can go to any level that he wants. Just, don't go, arguing with very sweet people who don't even like confrontation and expect that, you've won a great victory. The Chinese had the art of war as saying, let me get it to make sure that I read it correctly. I'm gonna go to my inbox here and hit a compose. It's in my thing. To lift an autumn hair is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and moon is no sign of sharp sight, and to hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. And the fact is that you've got to go the whole way. So anyway, that's my personal response to the permutation. I do agree with Robert. Everybody needs to go and read. I've updated that David Lapointe to include those two other videos. I did not know those existed, the over unity and permutation. I will watch those as well. But it seems to me that the setup, the experimental setup is fine, except for part of the experimental setup. This is what I taught my kids. Is how did you get your results? Where's your data? Right? Where's your data? The data has to be there. You have to have data. If you don't have data for the audience, then what you have is a pretty setup. I'm not trying to be hard or mean.
If the technology transfer is complete, then we should be able to set these things up ourselves and collect the data ourselves. So maybe his approach is not unreasonable in the sense that he's expecting the rest of the world to prove him wrong, and he knows that that won't.
He's got to prove himself right. You know, that's true, but he's got to prove himself right.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I write a speculation, it's not up to me to prove that I'm right. It's up to somebody else to prove that I'm wrong.
No, it is absolutely up to you.
Yeah,
that's
it's always up to someone else trying to falsify your work, you know, or proof it, you know.
It is always up to both parties. It is not a one-sided thing. If Buddy makes a claim about the Dougherty set, it is up to him to prove the Dougherty set through cymatics and kinematics. And it's also up to disprove that he's mistaking that for some other process.
Buddy can create a Dougherty set speculation and all the rest of it, and document that to the completeness that he's capable of. And if someone wants to prove that wrong, then they've got to put in their own personal evidence and produce a result that shows that it's wrong.
Yeah, but Buddy's not going to change. But Buddy's work wouldn't change the world if he didn't take that step. That's the difference. And Buddy takes that step.
It's not.
And then he shows. And then here's the other thing about the geometric view. Buddy then shows it where it's at in nature, and he shows the different sciences. He's spent a lot of time showing his side. The question is anybody from the mainstream taking it seriously enough to try to actually disprove it? I don't think that's happened.
Clearly not. But the thing is, it's not up to the person who creates the speculation to prove that they're correct.
I don't agree. Tesla proved himself. Edison proved himself. I mean, you know, I can go on.
History is full of people that have made speculations that have been wrong or been right, and others come along to test that speculation and their process to see whether they made any mistakes, whether they were right or wrong. This is what the science method's all about. You've got to be able to, in science, you've got to be able to prove that the speculation can be falsified. This is what the testing process is all about.
Christopher Columbus didn't sit in Spain and say, well, I'm right, and just sit there. He got on a boat and he went.
And he went and he came back. But the thing is,
turned out he was part right, part wrong.
After he came back, Cortez got his, band of 120 people and went over there to conquer the natives. But the thing is, the issue here is, yes, you can go a certain degree down the path of proving that your speculation is correct. But it wasn't just Columbus who went around the world. Magellan also went around the world. Magellan? I'm pretty sure Magellan.
That doesn't change what my point is. I think Buddy agrees with me. Buddy, do you disagree that, like, if you've made a speculation about the Dougherty set and its applicability beyond being geometry itself, do you disagree that you shouldn't have to provide that and convince the world why your speculation is correct?
Absolutely. I think that even if I don't necessarily understand the geometry myself, like the mathematics of it, or if I do, either or, I have there is if the set itself is predictive, and it, say for example, it predicts that the base of birkeland currents are blue whirls, which I predict are not all called blue whirls because there's different colors to them, but nonetheless, it's a parameter that we have measured in plasma physics in the lab, and it's a new type of fire that was just discovered in 2016. So what's important about this fire is that it burns carbon-free emissions. So you can burn something that would normally cause soot or carbon emissions in a carbon-free manner. Like, the implications of it possibly could be if you could create large-scale blue whirls to burn up the oil spills on the oceans, then that would be very beneficial, because you could just burn up the oil with no emissions and have it be better and handled in a manner. But there's, for example, that I was talking about the blue whirl, but I know them so intimately that there is a series of fractal blue whirls that are nested inside of each other that actually make up the outside. The diameter of a Birkeland current is scalable to the outside of the blue whirl. It goes a little bit. It goes further than the synchrotron radiation that happens inside the blue whirl, but nonetheless, what we're looking at in the auroras are heterodyning blue whirls. Blue whirl inside of blue whirl inside of blue whirl, and that is a funnel within a funnel within a funnel of the of vortexes that are connected directly to the Van Allen belts.
All right, so how are you going to prove that?
So I predict that, and I show that in my geometry, and I've also shown it to be real, or science has already proven it to be real. So I do real life applications, because how I go about discovery a lot of the time is that I'll see a shape and I'm like, oh my gosh, I know that shape, and then sure enough, come to find that it's fractally recurrent inside of the Dougherty set. So I just highlight the fractal recurrence and the geometry of it, and I show step by step that this measure of this Birkeland current and this measure of this Birkeland current, and how they heterodyne as they nest inside of each other. Like, this is what I'm going to have to do for this video, for the Thunderbolts project. That's going to be, I'm going to make some predictions inside of the video that I do, as I correlate many other scientists throughout history's geometry and electromagnetism all pulling together. This is one of the predictions I'm going to present, is this idea that the base of all Birkeland currents are something akin to the pulling apart of two opposing spiral vortices, and the science of what I call this is the taxonomy of opposed spiral vortices. And as every structure breaks down, and every structure builds up and every structure breaks down, you have this exact structure even inside of the wavelet. And like I was talking about earlier, the collapse of the wave function, you have these opposing vortices, this dynamism that's in play, that you have to have a constructive and a destructive vortex. Otherwise, things can't exist. You have to have a direction from one point to another. Russell's work is very good at describing this, and you would think that.
Fair enough, but tell us about your data. Tell us about your, not just seeing it and not just feeling it, but actually the rigor behind, turning that into something. Because I know you're not a paper writer, so what is it that you do to make up for not putting a bunch of tables out? Like, what do you intend to do to provide that rigor?
I show the exact measurements of the inverse scale geometry that we experience through light as light cascades in its fractal periodicity. There is a geometry that goes along with that. That geometry that goes along with that is the parameters of it are very specific. So I can't create it in another type of geodesic formation. It's geodesics inside of geodesics inside of geodesics. If you want to look at it that way, sure, Buckminster Fuller showed it that way, but you can also look at it as a cascading cascading Bessel function of what Walter Russell would say is the spherical pressure gradient. That's what it is. And there's a very specific geometry to it, which has a very specific measurement. So measurement by measurement, Birkeland current by Birkeland current, they all cascade. If you look at a video that I have for the Dougherty-Birkeland spectrum, Dougherty-Birkeland spectrum, or the Birkeland-Dougherty spectrum. I think I put his name first, Birkeland-Dougherty spectrum. Either way, I showed that Birkeland currents themselves also come in an arrangement of just like the periodic table of elements. There's a periodicity to Birkeland currents, and there has to be there's a harmonic nesting that happens, and a subsequent nesting within nesting within nesting that is forecasted by people who do the research, like Don Scott, and the counter rotations within counter rotations, right, of these cylindrical structures. This actually has a very fundamental geometry that you can measure at the very beginning of what would it be called? There's a fundamental geometry to everything. Now, if this fundamental geometry that is building up information, right? This fundamental geometry, and it's also building up its bodies. And I'm not skirting around the idea of how I do my mathematics, because it's obvious the mathematics are what it is, unless I were to change the structure of what I study to another one of the Theodordian roots, then the geometry Bessel function would change. But the Bessel function and everything that I study goes directly along with Maxwell's equations and directly along with Schwarzschild radius and the Schwarzschild equations, and why information can and does be embedded on bubbles around the Schwarzschild radius. There's a collapse. There's a function to that, and everything can be seen and inside the Dougherty set and studied inside the Dougherty set, because this Dougherty set, this Theodordian root of the square root, is the way that light cascades from the sun, the way that light cascades and refracts off of a prism, and the way sound moves, the way gravity, the same laws of gravity is the same laws of electromagnetism. They all abide by a cascading effect of the inverse square law. So if you came up with an inverse square geometry to explain this inverse square law on a quantum scale and also a scalar cosmological scale, then you would get what Don Scott drew up as the Bessel function. You would also get what the Hopf vibrations and the twistor theory of Roger Penrose. See, the thing is people are all explaining different aspects of this entirety using different language. Someone explains it as this, with this name. Someone explains it as this, with this name. Titterby-Wagung, Titterby-Wang, the particles that are popping into existence in quantum electrodynamics are the same exact thing that Walter Russell was talking about, as we live in an optical universe. This is the same point where I transcend it and say it's all hollow, the hollow universe, because when you look at the center of the eye of the storm of everything, it's hollow. So when Lapointe and you guys and he's describing the force of fusion as that central axis, if that central axis is indeed fusion, I have in the Dougherty set fractal models of everything from one point to another, and everything scalar outwards and inward as a primer field, because that's what it's based off of. It's based off of spheres, and you also have, when you have spheres, you have the same type of geometry that he's using in his fields. which is the two bowls, two parabolas, you know. So, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of rigor. It's a lot of. I take it for an interdisciplinary approach and come at it from many different angles. Because I've been studying it from many different angles, like I've studied this according to string theory. I've studied this according to what's that guy from Hawaii? I'm having a brain fart about what that's. This.
Harriman.
No, not Harriman. The G8 model, the geometry of the G8 model, which is a type of superstring structure. This guy studied a superstring. I think his name's Garrett Lisi, with the G8 model. But it's a great model, and it's explaining a lot. But I think there's more. There's easier ways to understand what's really happening inside of the cascade that Dan Winter's trying to describe, of this harmonic and what is it? Constructive and destructive waves as they occur along a fulcrum is the optic universe that Russell's talking about, is QED, quantum electrodynamics, that I forget who studied that model and predicted that model, but he's a big name in physics as well. All of this stuff goes together. It doesn't necessarily cancel out each other. If you can describe it and a model predicts the same type of behavior time and time again that each one of these models are predicting, then it just seems like the models are complete. Each one of their models it's like religion. A lot of religions are pointing and have hints of truth in them, right? But none of them have the full picture completely as one might perceive. And you take that same model and you adapt it to physics, and physics is the same thing. Each one of the models have a little bit of the truth that they're explaining, but not one of them all has completely everything, because we don't fully have a theory of everything. We don't have a big toe. And incorporating all of this, you also have what we don't often talk about is the whole idea of bringing mind to it. The cybernetics, adapting our consciousness to the grid and understanding the consciousness as a grid, and honestly suggesting that consciousness is Birkeland currents, and that consciousness is the filamental part of the substance, and the substance being the atomic, the filamental and the node. You connect the filament and the node, and you have this type of beautiful cymatic behavior that David Schiermeier is pointing out, that happens, where it's all vortex based. So I mean, I could go on for a long time, obviously about it, but yeah, when it comes down to it, to the brass taxes, you have to have not an arbitrary mathematics that describes the physics of what's happening, where you fudge the constants. Why there's so many constants is because it's all fudged mathematics. You have to invent a constant in order to fudge the mathematics. So then there's another constant. But when you look at the whole thing as a number line, you realize that actually everything is lying inside of the constants are not numbers themselves, but actually ratios. They're ratios that exist inside of the number line. And the Dougherty set is the number line observed. It is the fundamental field, and you can see it in Russell's work. You can see it in Cosmic Porch. You can see it in the Dougherty set. You can see it in Buckminster Fuller's work. It's and Walter Russell's and a lot of different geometers throughout the ages. Even in you can see it even in written myths and inside of our Bibles. It's the New Jerusalem when you look at it, and the leaps of the Dougherty set are to feed the nations. And if you look at and wait till the end of this video, if you're watching this on YouTube for the geometry view, you'll see the leaves of the Dougherty set are these lenses that are actually impellers and propellers. And this geometry can be built in many different ways and be used for the advancement of civilization. So, you know, I've taken this to many different degrees, and I hope that we as observers and we as you know, participants in the universe can take this and constructively build upon this, whatever anybody wants to add to it. That's my end of my whatever you call it, tangent.
So we have a speculation that has some justification in it. It's still not the author's responsibility to prove correctness. For speculation needs to be testable, and the issue we have with a gravity-driven cosmology that the mainstream are pushing is that you can't test the speculations because it has all this magical mathematics and supposed particles that haven't been evidenced in experiment. And there's a lot of speculation going on, but the question you have to ask is, can this theory be tested in experiment? And we've got to look at the experiments carefully, because it's easy to create an experiment that produces a result, but the experiment itself can be flawed. And the classic examples, in my view, are the Millikan oil drop experiment is a classic. The design of the experiment was to find out the value of electrical charge, which they were able to determine with some degree of accuracy. And Raft produced an even more accurate result, showing that the electrical charge was fractal in nature, which is now accepted. It wasn't at the time that Millikan went public, but things change. The issue here is that although the electron's negative value was determined, the claim was that the proton value is just the sign change equivalent. And the proton's electrical charge value was never ever measured. And the reason why is that the device's design only ever put onto the oil drop electrons and only ever removed from the oil drop electrons. So the Millikan experiment only measured the absence or the presence of electrons and never measured the absence or presence of protons, because if I was to do that, I'm going to be causing a chemical reaction in the oil drop to deposit the proton on the oil drop or take it away. So the experiment has a design flaw in it that's not realized at the time. And in 1908, while the proton was a suspected particle, it wasn't a proven particle. So they weren't looking for a proton electric charge. They thought everything was just the electron. There wasn't a proton type mentality. So you got to be careful of doing the experiments absent of, you know, structural understanding of what's present. And what the Dougherty set information that Buddy's working on is an examination of the geometry of construction. And we don't have a geometry of construction for the electron or the proton. I think it's a tetrahedral polytope. The atom's construction requires the polyhedra of the Platonic solids if you're using the SAM model. Now that sort of application of science and understanding of the modern time is well down the track of investigation into constructional behavior of the atom and all the rest of it. So you can't blame guys like Weber or Ampere or Faraday and the rest of those guys in the 1800s for getting it wrong, because they didn't have the detail. If they'd had the detail, maybe their speculations would have been very different. I expect they would have been different, because those guys were, geniuses of their time. And the same is true today. We make the claim that we've measured everything, that we've observed everything, we've recorded everything. Well, that claim is a dubious claim to be making if you don't know that there is an effect occurring that you don't have a detector to see. So you've got to be very careful in this process. So from a science point of view, I'd say be conservative. Do not expect that you've got the right answer. Test your understanding. But in the end, it's up to others to prove that your speculation falls apart. It's not my problem to figure out.
I've already gone through this. Both have to happen. It is both Thomas Edison's job and everyone else's job. Yeah. Thomas Edison has to show that his light bulb works, and the people have to show that his light bulb does not work.
But you can make it's up to anybody to be able to make a hypothesis or a claim. You don't have to prove it. You're allowed to make claims all day long. Anybody, and until someone comes along and proves you wrong or proves you right, it's just a claim. But
that's right. It's not science yet.
Einstein's general relativity is in that class. It was a speculation without any empirical evidence at all to justify it. He made a claim, and then people have come along since making these claims that they've proved the theory when it's dubious as to whether that's actually happened or not. Eddington claimed that it proved the theory with his 1917 eclipse. The problem is, though, is that Dougherty, a NASA scientist, shows from microwave information based on space satellites that the bending of light is due to the atmosphere of the sun and not due to the gravity.
Right. Because that's what I wanted to say about the general relativity. It's almost a special case of history where he's been proven right. It's because gravity in general is so close as a theory already to charge. And then where he's been proven wrong, they don't want to focus on that. They just go, hey, look, here's another proof that general relativity works. Well, general relativity only works because it's the same foundational work with just the wrong constant. And look, it didn't work perfectly. In several instances, they had to adjust the K curvatures. So they're not exactly lying when they say that he's proven correct, but they're not being completely honest, because if they're being completely honest, they'd say that, well, we had to make some corrections to what he said, to what his work is, and when we did that, then he was proven correct. It's not the same thing now.
All you've done is change the model so that it correlates with experience. That doesn't prove it's correct at all. Platonic astronomy was correlating to actual evidence, and it wasn't the correct model. So, you need a different testing regime, as it were. Your speculation, if you want to claim your speculation is correct, it's got to explain why the behavior you observe is present in the first place, and then show that your speculation agrees with the behavior you observe. And modern astrophysics and cosmology fails the first test. It doesn't mandate the behavior that's occurring. It doesn't explain why the behavior is occurring. It can't explain what mass is. Right? It just makes claims without any evidence that the claim is valid. The torsion beam experiment that produced by Cavendish, ignores the total environment completely. It's just focused on a closed set with the assumption that the rest of the universe doesn't involve itself in the experiment, and that is clearly not the case. And you need to have a better fundamental design of your experiment and understand the implications of what is going on around you and how that can affect the experiment. Observing an interaction changes the way that interaction occurs. That's undeniable in the experiment. Quantum theory says that that's the case. Well, it's the case because it is the case. It's not because quantum theory is right. It's because that's what's happening. So, yeah. So when we come back to, is your speculation reasonable and valid? Some people are able to, with the resources they have, to produce quite convincing evidence, which is what Ampere did. But that doesn't mean that Ampere's understanding of what was going on with his experiments and what was involved was correct. And when Ampere did his experiments, he didn't know that the copper wire was made up of copper atoms that are made up of electrons and protons and the hybrid neutron. And he didn't understand that the electrical transmission was electrons rotating around the outside of the copper wire with an internal magnetic field structure that explained why the magnets behave the way they did. There's a whole lot of stuff that he did not know. And he's gone and used his gross observations to produce a speculation. And the question is that speculation he has produced correct? How do we test his assumptions are correct? Because his speculation requires assumptions. At the time he did the experiment, there was two schools of thought. There was a dual flow of electrical behavior of fluid. One was positive fluid, the other was negative fluid. There was an opposite flow direction going on. The magnetic structure is a much more complex environment, but nobody really realized it was a multipole environment. But the experiment should have, twigged to it, because the way the magnet behaved when it was rotated around the ring, the circuit. But it's a case of observing this experiment with an expectation of what you're going to see and failing to recognize all the evidence that's present. That's when we go wrong.
Well, now that I do agree with. I think that we found some common ground there. But to wrap it back to the David Point discussion, I think that it is absolutely incumbent on him to do data and measurements and show that he's actually getting fusion, to show what the temperatures are, to tell us what the settings are. I'm glad he's provided the schematics. Schematics is a good first step. It's a very good first step.
He could also show it in the lab and offer other people ways to mimic it that have the capacity to measure it if he doesn't.
And he also could even produce how-tos, and he can show his setups and take long time, describing his setup and move a camera around and record the setup. I mean, he has that capacity. He's clearly logical enough. He's obviously brilliant.
Yeah, but remember, he said the guys visit him with the toe crunchers. He's saying, you're going to stop doing this research because we don't want you to continue because of
fair enough.
Our desire.
We don't want anybody's lives.
Right, and
I'm the only one crazy enough to invite the bastards to come and talk.
The simple fact is, if you stumble across a solution that gives you the ability to fly without using propulsion systems that are known to the modern world, then, and somebody's got secret technology that uses that sort of stuff, then they're going to come and lean on you and tell you to stop. And if you don't, then they'll go to more extreme mechanisms to prevent that information from getting out.
Yeah, not everybody's trained like me. I understand, and I don't want David LaPointe's life in danger, but he's already gone partially in. I'd like to see him go all in. I want to change now to Andy Hall's video, and it's going to be a prelude into probably the very next paper that I do. Will be I imagine it will be the PEMC 2 paper. It's been a long time coming. Of course, there's a lot happened since 2018 when I wrote Plasma Electromagnetic Sky and put out the Hijing theory. And Andy Hall put out that recent video, and immediately I recognized this structure. The key point being the main focus of the paper is going to be the 90-degree angle change and the just general layering that it appears that Pine Mountain has, and I'll zoom in a second. I did also note that this crooked smile shape, that there is a little bit of an up curve. You can see the terminus here on the upper right. It's not all the way up the entire border with Virginia. And then down here, there's some accumulation. Some of it looks like kind of Andy Hall's arc blasted Earth formations, but doesn't really show all of the waveforms. However, there is, and this is the subject, this is what we're going to debate, the Middlesbrough crater. Now, let me zoom in, and you can see the triangular layering. Hold on, I zoomed in too far. You can see the triangle layering on the Pine Mountain flow there, and you can see then there's the crack where the Pine Mountain gap is, and then down here where the crater is, there's the Cumberland gap, which is, of course, the famous historical gap. Now, I think this bow shot presents an interesting question. That question is Andy correct that there are no bolide strikes, and that that even this bow shock formation is a part of the electric discharging? Or could the event have been a mixture of things, like both major connection and arc connection was somewhere, and something was dislodged from what was arcing and came down and struck? I don't know. I don't have the answer, and I'd like to hear people's opinions on this. The 90-degree angle change, of course, happens down here in Tennessee. In the ancients' opinion, and the Chiliki, right, this was all part of one land. There was no border. But you can see the 90-degree angle change. And then there's very interesting topological behaviors down below. And off to the end on this side of the terminus, there is like an accumulation of mountains that behaves different. But it's in particular, if Andy is correct, then this crater is a burn mark. And then it raises another question. Why is the crooked smile not symmetric in terms of length, where you have more of the smile to the northwest than you do to the southeast, or northeast than to the southwest? So I want to open it up to people's opinions. It's electrogeology, so it's a new field. No, there's no wrong opinions here yet. Whoever wants to go first.
Well, what I can say about it, electrogeology, right, is that we don't really understand the process of the avalanche discharge that changes the face of the ground after the energy discharge happens. We know it's an electromagnetic discharge, but the mechanisms change depending on the polarity of the impact. So you get, if it's a negative impact, then negative charge impact, you get a different feature in the geology than if it's a positive impact. And what we know from these discharges is that if it's, from space to the ground, you're going to get forking events. So there'll be multiple points of contact in the discharge. Whereas if the discharge is from the surface to space, it's the lightning fracturing is different. It's one source that spreads out. So you get different structures occurring because of polarity in the direction of the stroke. And we're still trying to work out the details. We don't really understand what's going on, other than there's some sort of plasma mechanism involved, and we don't even know what the triggering events are. We suspect we know what they are.
What I will describe is this part here, the terminus of that Pine Mountain flow, is known as the so-called Grand Canyon of the East. It's not really that big, but there are these extreme vistas. This feeling. There's this interesting formation here, and it is incredibly breathtaking. And it does feel a lot like the West. And then the question is, why would it suddenly come to an end if it was plate tectonics? It's clearly not plate tectonics. But I cannot find any other example of, like you said, like a multiple. Maybe that's an extra discharge. Maybe there is some Grand Canyon-like machining happening here, but I don't see a lot of the scalloping that we see at the Grand Canyon. So maybe is it just another weird behavior of electricity, like as you're describing, that it's behaving differently because it's a different instance. This is interesting. Another thing, there are these natural gaps that occur in this flow, and that's where the roads tend to cross over. As I mentioned, the city of Pineville sits at one. There's a very famous rock called Chained Rock that sort of looms over the town, and they have a chain on it. It's kind of a tongue-in-cheek. The chain will save the town. Maybe people used to actually think that, but obviously the chain is nothing compared to the weight of this rock. It's a very strange situation, and I'll throw in something else strange about it. I had a dream that this whole region in between the two mountains here, the Virginia border here and the Pine Mountain, was filled with water. And in this particular area that's right in the center of the screen, that there was a city that had been built, and there was underwater caves, and I was scuba diving for the caves in this area. It was a very bizarre dream, now that I think about it, because there was also, in the water, there were lava vents and little tendrils that had come around. So the area is very bizarre, all in all, and I just can't wrap my head around this not being a bolide strike based on the geometry of it and the geology of it. I have to needle the next patient, but I'd love for you guys to riff on it, especially Buddy.
There's one question that we can't answer, is how much what was the power of the discharge? How much energy was involved? Because some of these geological structures will change their morphology based upon how much power is involved in the discharge and how long that discharge goes on for.
I think that from what I'm understanding and researching is that this fractal dendritic arborization type of pattern, these Lichtenbergs, are a result of pressure and the release of pressure, and that produces energy, friction, fusion, life, heat transfer, heat exchange. It's really the indication of a living, or because I consider plasma flows as alive to some degree, like fire. They exhibit all of the qualities that living systems also exhibit. I think there's like 3 or 4 things that you have to hit to be considered a living organism, but plasma often hits all 3 or 4 of those. So plasma rheology or rheometry, just the flow or the flow geometry of it is intrinsically linked to the natural celestial behaviors and movements. So you have the whole entirety of it is Lichtenberg. Now, how you break down the Lichtenberg itself, which I did in I did in a video, and I can do a way better job in a different video, but the fractal branching of lightning, or measuring Lichtenberg flows. Typically, it's golden mean. It's golden ratio. If you look at the branching of trees, you can take a golden ratio caliper, a golden mean caliper, hold it to your eye, and look at all the trees around you and see from base to prominence of growth canopy, or from individual branch to individual branch, that there's the golden mean proportion nested inside of golden mean, nested inside of golden mean. I would say that that's the natural structure of how everything, how integrated information circuits and integrated information systems grow and become. The Bible's an integrated information system, and that it is filled with references of new people, Old Testament and New Testament, and there's correlations that overlap all the way through it. It's all integrated information. None of the people could have known the outcomes, yet the predictions and prophets predicted what was going to happen. So it's like nested behavior of feedback loops, and this iterative behavior that is exhibited inside of these Lichtenberg flows are the same type of behavior that's exhibited inside of birkeland currents, and it's predicted. It's predictable. The Stephen Wolfram and A New Science predicted a lot of this. These dendritic behaviors, which are also called NDAs. What is it? No, they're there's a mathematical term for them. That mathematical term is slipping my brain currently. Maybe I'll remember it here as I'm talking. But these branching systems break down into simple first principle geometries, just like the Dougherty set breaks into simple first principle geometries that becomes a huge cascading integrated information network that is a super geometry and a simplex. The whole thing breathes and lives according to that, and that is a living, breathing philosophy, a living, breathing mathematics, not a simulated simulation. Sure, the hot and cold pressure of compression and rarefaction, compressing and expanding and compressing and expanding. Sure, that's. It seems like that might not be the living part of the system, but maybe that is what's the living part of the system, because the Earth breathing every day, at night becoming negatively ionically charged, and during the day becoming positively ionically charged, where the sun's hitting, and all of the water and all of the structured water inside of every living creature in the planet builds up all night to a precipice in the morning during quote unquote witching hour or hours. There is an anticipatory feeling in all of the nightlife to know and to assume and to have faith that that light is going to come. It's the nourishment. It's the breath, and that's the breath of the Earth. And that's also another Lichtenberg figure. If you study how the ozone expands and contracts, it's not just the ozone and the ozone depletion, because the ozone actually it depletes and it repletes, but it uses this pattern. And it's a beautiful fractal pattern of that goes out into the sky every night that we don't see, but you can see with certain. They've done tests that you can see how it happens. It's the same pattern, dude. So what we have is this mimicry of Lichtenberg patterns that are all nested inside of Lichtenberg patterns that are all coming from nested Lichtenberg patterns, Markland convection that produce the energies on the planet. So I myself, I don't think that it's all electrical scarification. I have a hard time being 100% on board with a lot of the electric universe geology. There's a lot of testing that needs to still be done to prove a lot of it. I do see a lot of it for sure. I mean, there's a lot of evidence, 100%, but it doesn't necessarily. Wind acts like a plasma as it pushes along the dunes. It creates fractal structures that also mimic this dendritic type of Lichtenberg. So if wind can create it, if water can create it, if pressure and the release of pressure can create it, then you're going to see these patterns that look like they could have been electrical scarification produced by all of the different fundamental elements, the 4 elements: wind, water, air, and earth.
Taking that theme further, I think what we're seeing is the crystallization of a fluid flow. Now, what was the fluid in flow is open for discussion, but what we're seeing is a result of the solidification of the flow. So given that matter is always composed of protons and electrons, there's going to be an electrical and a magnetic dimension to the flow of a fluid, and this may or may not result in plasma behavior and compression and all the rest of it. But what you're going to see in the geology is the deposition of the solidification of that flow structure. And that flow structure is fractal. And our understanding of how that works is got some distance to go.
That's a Benoit Mandelbrot book, fractal. It's not fractal Earth. The fractal mathematics of nature. That's Benoit Mandelbrot or Benoit Mandelbrot, as a lot of people say. I came up with a lot of these ideas that we're talking about here, and actually it led to the communications of the computer age that we're in, is these fractal mathematics. So you have fractal Earth, you have fractal brain. Everything's fractal. Our brain is fractal.
What Buddy is saying is 100% correct in that when before Mandelbrot's mathematics was widespread, of course, he had it all on his own, and then it was discovered by some programmers, and they started using it to design mountains, and without massive leaps in hardware or anything, they were suddenly creating the most realistic landscape that at that time had ever been seen. And they looked so exactly like real mountains that video game companies and everybody else was suddenly working. The government, all sorts of new directions were taken using the fractal mathematics. And then lots of people were into fractal mathematics. It was just like an explosion of interest. And this is like early 90s, early mid 90s. I think that there's an Ars Technica video about it. I can't remember where I saw this documentary, but it might be an Ars Technica.
I think, and it's probably the video on YouTube that says the only thing you need to know about fractals. That's a good video, and that shows you. Or it might be that one, but there's literally, it goes before that too. The whole reason why we actually have computers is because of fractals. I mean, we had computing before, right? But we didn't really have the antennas. So it's fractal antennas that allowed for communication, vast distance communication.
Well, at any rate, getting back to the proofs, it is difficult because there's a complex relationship, especially when you have, unlike the desert Southwest, but even with the desert Southwest, there is water. But here in this area of Tennessee, there's what we would expect in plasma electromagnetic sky theory, an extra amount of water behavior. In fact, there's an area in Kentucky where there's not a particular huge change in the elevation or anything, but suddenly there's more water. And so there's some kind of charge behavior we don't yet understand. And there is a magnetic anomaly at a different, so this is a different ley line, but over here, the Big South Fork and the entire Sheltowee ley line, which goes at a different angle and goes up, and there's lots of the arches in this. There are almost no arches on the Pine Mountain flow, like over there. It's completely different. And this Sheltowee or Daniel Boone ley line goes at a largely different angle. You can see this one here looks like it's at, say, about 30 degrees, and over here this looks like it's at like 75 degrees. And there is a lot of interaction with the Lichtenberg shapes of the knobs, and then you have the Highlands features. But there is a magnetic anomaly at the Big South Fork, and there is a strange behavior. It's a nearly rainforest-like behavior, especially in the summer, where, again, there's not particularly high elevation in the Big South Fork, but it rains very regularly in the afternoon, just like at the Great Smoky Mountains. So something interesting has been happening. We do see a complex mix, and this is the hard part, a complex mix of, the Lichtenberg figures like we see over here in the Knobs region, where there's uplift, and you can see the Lichtenbergs in the uplift. But then there are potentially Lichtenberg figures happening in the carved out regions too, and just discerning those being scarifications versus being fluvial is a little bit difficult. I think we really need an AI to evaluate the differences. As you can see, there's like sudden changes that will happen. Let's see here. I can find the particular. Here we are. See, they're calling it the dividing range. And there's no range to it. It's just 900 foot, and there's this Lichtenberg feature with a burn mark. And then there's these sputtering discharges that go all along this arc that goes around a dome. And this dome has been an attractant to crypto explosive events. It's a very odd situation.
You were mentioning something that you might need AI. There's actually a video that I saw of these satellites that, and the information that we have. I think it's in the public domain. That these satellites actually measure every inch of topological differentiation live from of soil growth, of vegetation growth. They measure it, and it's. I mean, I guess from their measurements, it seems like it's accurate. But if you want to know the satellite name, you have to look at the documentary that's on YouTube, unless you already know the satellite's name. So it doesn't necessarily take an AI, because we have the information and we already have systems that are crunching it.
I don't know if it takes an AI, but it'd probably be smarter if you wanted an exact difference between, these are raised Lichtenbergs here, versus what I was talking about earlier, the Breaks Interstate Park. Maybe there's a scalloping, and it definitely would be a carved out situation, whereas this is an elevated situation. So figuring out the difference between.
It's probably also electric under the earth through telluric currents. I mean, all the water flow that's coming up in the jets that are producing or coming up underneath the ground. I assume it's not all. I guess tectonic is fractal. Tectonic activity, if you want, quote unquote, tectonic is telluric, and we're showing in electric universe geology here, from what I understand, is there to be a continual telluric current and a response from the telluric current through the global electric circuit to the atmosphere, that these mountains are being both pulled up. They're not just being pushed through sublimation and whatever the other one is. They're being electrically carved, like real time, and possibly old time, like during plasma events and big thunderbolt lightning activity as well, right?
Well, I would suspect that. See, both of these events have a finite size. You can see here down there where it says Cumberland Gap National Historic Park. There's the crater, and then you can see the crooked smile that Andy Hall proposes. You can see the terminus at Breaks Interstate Park, which has that, again, Grand Canyon-y feel. And then you can see the 90-degree turn here. And then as far as the Sheltowee ley line, it goes down here into the middle of Tennessee and it rises, and then suddenly it becomes very strong. There's a peak of energy at the Big South Fork, and then there's another peak at the internationally famous Red River Gorge. And then the event continues up, crosses the Ohio River, and terminates in Ohio. And so these events were limited. It doesn't appear that the Kentucky River is particularly the same kind of discharge event as made the Grand Canyon. However, it does raise some questions. I mean, is the river really 400 million years old, or is it just cutting through 400 million years of rock? How is this river, out of all the rivers in all the world, got the second oldest bedrock in it? And here's the other thing about it, is that it cuts right through that Sheltowee ley line. So the river, if it's second oldest, how old is the Sheltowee ley line? And if it goes all the way back to Shamash, what were the conditions happening on Shamash that would lead to the formation of this ley line? They do say that this ley line has this sandbar. It's sandstone, so it's dinosaur bed. All this was a shallow lake, shallow inland sea, and there are fossils all throughout it. There are lithostriones and lysogang banding and all sorts of really interesting geological features, as well as the arches, as I mentioned. The arches, though, are supposed to be much, much younger than this Kentucky River bed. You can see the Kentucky River bed coming from the east over here and then moving through, and it cuts right through at Old Landing. There's a lot of Native American legends and weird things about that area. It's also still, to this day, the most mysterious place in Kentucky that I can think of, outside of maybe the Bayou down in southwestern Kentucky. And it cuts through this ley line, and then and it has this obviously very ancient fossil beds that goes up, and eventually it goes and dumps into the Ohio River up here, and then down at the Falls of the Ohio, you again have supposedly the Great River moved at one point and then cut through the bedrock at the Falls of the Ohio, which just so happens to be where this Arthurian battle happened. Interesting. Again, if there's anything to the electricity consciousness concept, why do these things keep happening at events? Why did Indian Fort why was Indian Fort built on top of a mountain which is right across from what appears to be an electrical anode? And why is it itself displaying some electrogeology features? And why did the battle happen at the Falls of the Ohio, where the water has been cutting through some of the most ancient bedrock and revealing all these fossils? It's a very important site. Plus, all of the founding fathers focused on the site, and they were very interested in the site. And the alt stream sort of got its start. I don't know a lot about like English alternate history societies, but the Filson Historic Society is definitely older than the movement towards uniformitarianism. I mean, it was formed at the time when catastrophism was totally mainstream. So it's been there long enough to see all these changes, both the direction of going away from catastrophism and then now going back towards catastrophism. And then you have this, so the Green River wraps in and out of these knobs that have been, that are very clearly Lichtenberg figures. The Green River and Tennessee rivers are both full of pearls, which appear to be part of the contention. Not the whole contention, because a lot of it had to do with Michigan copper and fluorspar, but the pearls were obviously economically important. And the Green River cuts through and winds in throughout this area, and then dumps also into the Great River. So something bizarre is happening here. The Palladian thunderbolt has happened at almost in the very center of the dome. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but it's basically right there. And then the Big Bone Lick, where the tremendous animals died, and Thomas Jefferson was asking, is up north here, where there's some scars, but it's not exactly right on the dome. But and then one more feature that becomes important is across from the land between the lakes, across the Great River. These land between the lakes, they curve left. Of course, it wasn't a lake before, right? Those are artificially, it's made by dam. They curve off to the left, and in this Shawnee National Forest on the other side is the Hicks Dome. And at the Hicks Dome, there are the extreme Lysagang banding and some of the best rocks we have that are smoking gun level proof for electrogeology. They're a better proof than Hicks or Upheaval Dome. So the question is, what happened with this terminus event? Was it a bolide, and what does it have to do with being across from this land between the lakes feature? It's all very mysterious, and it definitely requires tons more. I agree with Robert that there is, we just don't know enough about the mechanisms. I will point out there's supposedly also a dome at the near terminus of where these knobs are happening up here at Fort Knox. Now, did the government choose Fort Knox to be at this location for some specific reason, or is it just a mighty coincidence? This U here is a river. This is river carving. We know that, but somewhere on the base, right here in these knobs, is another dome. And there's no geological studies that I can find. I'm sure the government has studies, and the question is, put it here.
The question I've got here is, are you getting?
Real quick.
These electrical?
Go ahead.
These electrical machining mechanisms, electrogeology events. How many of them are overlaid on top of each other? In other words, is there evidence of some series of events that are separated in a time viewpoint? Now, they may have occurred over a period of time. They might, the dates between the effects might have been quite significantly large. So,
right. I think so. I think they were significantly large. I think the Sheltowee trace one, the Sheltowee ley line, I think is quite literally ancient. And then I think the Pine Mountain flow comes from a more recent time, not the Jovian, because the Jovian event, the only Jovian event that I can pin down for sure is the Palladian thunderbolt. And I have no idea about the Lichtenbergs of the knobs. I don't know what period, but I assume it's a lot of energy. So I'm going to go back to probably, again, Shamash era. Maybe hundreds of millions of years ago, maybe hundreds of thousands of years ago. I honestly don't know. And the native wouldn't have known they wouldn't have been here. So it's definitely an interesting thing. As far as the dome, as far as I know, the dome is not here at the Hooker Mountain. As far as I know, it's in this region here where the village is. So here's the main town, and I think that it is off here like road or something. But again, without access, because it's a top secret military base, they have a visitor center off the highway, but that's not the same as being able to access.
You got the, is it the Hooker something?
Hooker Mountain, yeah.
Is that an uplift? The actual
I don't
mountain,
know.
because it looks like a
think
separate
that
structure from everything.
the Salt River has wound in and then wound around and then has changed course over times. And so, you know, again, we don't really know, but I'm pretty sure that it's just formed by the Salt River. We have several of these kinds of formations where they're separated like that throughout Kentucky because of the way that the fluvial is constant here. But you'll notice just to the west, what do we see? That same pock marking that we see in electric discharge. And they say that this is karst topography. Well, the entire state is limestone. The entire state, like it's limestone, it's all limestone. And the rain is happening everywhere. We have rain. We don't have any deserts here. So why is there this pock marking that we see around the Mammoth Caves region, which there is a special charge feeling when you go by it's the same feeling you get at any of the the major national parks. And you don't expect that because it's just caves, but people have been attracted to those caves and they have literally fought wars over those caves. I mean, like people died over the caves, and they're not particularly like full of diamonds or anything. And there's very few of them that have amazing flows. But I will tell you, and I will remind you that at the Crystal Onyx Cave was the one where I knocked the iridescent stone with my right knuckle, then stepped and 12 feet away. Suddenly, my left fourth phalanges suddenly vibrated in response, as if a message had been received back into the body. So something very strange is happening in the Mammoth Caves, and surrounding the Mammoth Caves is the same kind of pock marking. Very bizarre stuff. In Brandenburg, you saw the word Brandenburg there. That's where the Brandenburg stone is found. It has Kolbrin runes. So they were multiple peoples have been attracted to this region for its strategic value. The fluorspar deposits are a little more west of here, but they are the largest deposits in the whole world, and they're somehow associated with iron. You need if you don't have modern techniques, the ancient days, the best smelting material for turning iron into steel was fluorspar, and it's clear that somebody had been here before. I think the Vikings very clearly had been here before, maybe Phoenicians, but I think the Phoenician armor that was supposedly found in the mud along the coast on Louisville, I think that was either a fake or whatever, because there was no signs of rotting there was no oxidation signs on the armor. But it's interesting that it was found. Nevertheless, it was found in the mud. Very strange stuff. And not too far from here is supposedly, I think in Illinois, it might be in Indiana, is supposedly the cave where that guy hid all the stuff. And unfortunately, our esteemed colleague from the ancient Kentucky, Bruce Grimes, he was the man who was a spelunker who was supposed to crawl in that cave and confirm that all that Egyptian stuff had been crammed in there. But I don't know. I don't have any updates for anybody as to. I can write to Lee and ask him, but what's going to happen with that cave, how it's going to be explored. At least a cave has been found, and supposedly it's the one where all that treasure hoard was hidden.
Well, if the mainstream story is to be held up as valid, that evidence is going to disappear.
Well, yeah, that's one thing. Although they are connected to the Ancient American magazine, so let's write Lee right now. And we'll see what kind of result we get.
Another couple found dead here in Michigan. Electric
Drugs?
doing the technique of fractal branding, electropyrography. People are dropping like flies. Nobody believes me, dude. I'm like, it's deadly. It's not even a joke. You don't like there's a lot of dangerous art techniques out there. Sure, there's a lot of dangerous stuff that you can do with your time, like jump out of planes, right? If you're a daredevil. But doing this, like, it's not, people don't do it for the rush, you know? It's not that
well,
big.
they definitely need to be more careful. You take a lot of insulation precautions, I assume.
Yeah, I do a lot of precautions, and I warn people not to do it, and I tell them not to get into it. And when I sell my stuff, I tell them I'm done. You know, I'm like, I'm not even going to do this anymore. But when I want to do it here and there on a knife or on a gun butt stock, you know, it's very tempting. So I like to do it here and there. But dude, it's not something to mess around with. It's high voltage electricity. People are dying all the time from it. And that's why I've never taught one person how to do it. And I'm not going to sell my machines either.
What's the current level? What current level do you use?
30,000 volts. High voltage, low amperage.
No, that's what I'm saying. What current are you using?
Oh, 120.
No, that's no. How many amps?
Oh, yeah, it's low amperage. It can kill you, but it's low amperage. They say that, you know, you can get shocked by high voltage and low amperage and be alive. But what I'm using right now is I'm using an even more safe option, which I would suggest if anybody's going to go this route, which would be
if it's more than 30 if it's more than 30 milliamps, it could kill anyone, no matter what the voltage is.
Yeah.
Yes. Because the heart will shut down if you hit it with the wrong.
It needs to be 30 milliamps.
But the other thing is that you could suffer a magnetic pulse, and that will do the damage of killing you as quickly as well. It doesn't have to be amps.
Let's just say this: I've touched one lead 2 or 3 times. One lead. But if I would have touched both, I would have been dead.
Of course.
And I almost touched both of them. But this girl saved my life.
Well, you should always have your left hand in your pocket and use your right hand. If you're right-handed, you should then that's how you work to keep from doing that.
That's funny you say that. My left hand is in my pocket right now.
Yeah.
But you've got to have grounded feet.
Under 30 mil.
You've got to use shoes that are grounded. You can't. You've got to be insulated from the ground.
But someone just tagged me in that post, and so I just figured I'd tell people and warn them again about the precautions of what they're getting into if they want to mess with it. It's not a joke.
Yeah, no, you don't play around with that sort of voltage and amperage without being fully insulated.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally spraying water on electricity. You're working with water and electricity.
Yeah, never a good mix.
That's what they told us not to do. Like the only thing not to do in school. One of the things.
But, you know, when we're talking AC power and water, you just don't touch it. It's like a fallen power line. You know, they talk about, you know, you don't go anywhere near a fallen power line, and 10 meters, which is 30 feet, is as close as you should go to a fallen power line, because it will zap you and you die. And if a fallen power line has fallen over your car, you stay in the car. You do not get out until the power's switched off, because the car is protecting you. So there's a lot of things you've got to be careful of. AC power is not something you play with.
Not at all.
Okay, very good. We've had a pretty good show. I think it'd be good to wrap it up. I'll just remind people that also on the site, on the gateway, there's a communications page. So there's lots of ways to get a hold of us. We have links on the Skype there for Pulse, Geometric View. We have these Discords, and there's there's a new thing, by the way, called Utreon. I think it's worth us looking into, where they don't censor you like on Patreon. And I think it might be something worth us starting a Utreon account for the conference. and then we could post, all the different, we could cross hatch all of these different materials onto there and start dumping and build a strong community there. But, I hope that people will get involved and will consider it almost a duty to participate. You don't have to write papers. You don't have to do electric, what'd you call it, buddy? Electric, it's like an electric scarring technique.
Electropyrography.
Electropyrography, right. You don't have to do that, but there's lots of things that can be done. There's etymology, there's lineal geology, lineology stuff, there's geology stuff, finding things. It's amazing what can be found just by happenstance. Andy Hall did that video, and boom, there it was, showing up in my Kentucky electrogeology work. So I get to affirm Andy Hall's hypothesis right there with a very strong example of that 90-degree turn, his crooked smile hypothesis. So you just never know what help you can provide. So I encourage anybody who's interested in this. I do love getting your, hey, you guys are the best. I love it. I love the arguments. I love all this stuff. I love that. Thank you for sending those messages. It really helps us to want to continue to open these podcasts up to the public. But I'd also urge you to get involved in some way. And you never know what article you find that we miss that might actually prove key, absolutely key to research in some capacity. So I don't have anything. Any closing arguments?
Yeah, I'd like to double stamp that for sure. Honestly, the majority of wonderful discoveries, not majority, I'd say a whole bunch of huge discoveries that I've made is just from listeners and participants throughout Love is Watching and on Facebook, connecting and saying, hey, look at this article, look at this image, this looks like what you're doing, this looks like what you're doing. So it's from the farming of the community that helps build the larger prospect of what we're actually looking at here. So thank you, everybody, for doing that.
I agree.
Advancing our knowledge is a communal effort. No one person is able to do it all.
That's right. And it is one of those things where it will separate us from the mainstreams, carving out territory and, forming little cults and battling and trying to win name recognition first. I don't mind people getting name recognition. I'd love to see, Dave Talbot and Walt Thornhill get the recognition that they deserve, especially Velikovsky, Ralph Jurgens. But it's not the main point, right? The main point is to improve the human species and the experience that we're all having. So this is about the future generations. So I would encourage, and I'd like to do the next show another. It's been a little bit since we did futurization, MEMS, and spacers kind of show, buddy. I'd like us to do another one. We haven't done that in a few shows. We kind of did, but it was not exactly the direction that I'm thinking of. But at any rate, look forward. Andy, you joined us all late, man. You'll have to pick up this recording and go back.
Oh, I will listen to it later.
Okay. All right, guys.
I got out of bed and I had a look and I seen, so I'll have a little listen in. Yeah,
very good. Well, I'm definitely gonna hang up. I'll let Buddy hit the stop record, and we'll pick this up later in the week.
How about you guys?
All right,
sounds good.
Peace.
Talk to you guys. Bye.
Gotcha.
That's it.
The geometric view is a Love is Watching product. Love is Watching being. Thank you for doing that. Keep your eyeballs out. Pay attention. There's a lot going down this year. Be vigilant. Be mindful. Be insightful. Be loving. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being kind. Share the love, spread the love, become the love. Amen. Thank you for being here for episode 63, season 6.
Eyes all over the wall, eyes all over your body. Can I just see straight through with transparent golden scaling? The largest of the atom, let's embark on this because this is the journey. The journey is life. Take hold. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Join us in the fight for Christ, in the fight to save lives. Surprise, submersible, so fast, the first, the last of baptism, need to say more. Pay attention like the marrow in your bones, arrow in your back, arrow in your lungs, zero into the fact, tertiary Christian neurons, synapses and narrow endurance into eternity. I'm a courier, a charismatic attitude, meters even meter, it might even be fun. Cider indeed, need nerds, you need nerds, need a virtue, need to be a reason. Feasibility to be is a reason to be clean and sober, keys, open doors, signs of directions. Be the carrier of candlesticks, the man who brought you change. Every second you ride, until in the ribbon you pivot, potential you curve cat. Could be cold, could be copycat, could be copy corpse, could be Schrodinger's best. Could be Micro Racker, Mackie normal, open-minded, itsy bitsy, freaking huge, a universal supermassive aspect of attached awareness. Aware of this all? Collaborative consumption. Are you aware of this all? Collaborative consumption. The new thing consumption. Collaborative consumption. Get up now! Out of the boat! Drop! Where did this up? We don't got about a girl, but about a not about a goddess spirit. Get up, what's up? Untitled Chapter. We're playing on the middle foot. I'm in search of, I'm in earth love, I'm in living life, I'm in living color, I'm in air drop, I'm in earth thing, I'm in earth thing, I'm in earth thing, I'm in earth thing. Never give up, never give up, never give up.